Testing 1, 2, 3.
Good morning. I'm now going to call this meeting to order at 9 o'clock. We'll now have a moment of silence, silent reflection, or silent prayer. Thank you. Supervisor Wynn, will you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Yes. Join me.
Thank you. For the record, this is the Board of Supervisors meeting of Tuesday, October 20th, 2020. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Supervisor Villapudua?
Present.
Supervisor Patty?
Yes.
Supervisor Wynn?
Here.
Supervisor Elliott?
Here.
And Chair Miller.
Here. Thank you. We will move on to recognitions and presentations. I'm going to ask the clerk to introduce the first item and read the recognition.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The first item is to proclaim the week of October 18th, 2020 to October 25th, 2020 as Family Promise Week in San Joaquin County. Whereas in 1988, Family Promise was founded in Summit, New Jersey in the belief that people are compassionate and want to make a difference, and is dedicated to helping the most vulnerable among children and families who are temporarily homeless, and has grown into a national nonprofit organization mobilizing communities and existing resources to help homeless families regain their independence. And whereas Family Promise currently operates 192 affiliates across 42 states and mobilizes more than 160,000 volunteers and 6,000 congregations across the country, providing shelter and social services to more than 50,000 people last year, and nearly 60% of them children. And the most recent figures, 2019 to 2020, of homeless students in San Joaquin County is well over 2,000. And whereas believing that every child deserves a home, Family Promise of San Joaquin County has incorporated in 2018 as a 501c3 nonprofit organization and has recruited 23 local houses of religion to serve as host and support congregations to lodge and feed homeless children and their families. And since our congregation cannot house homeless families during the pandemic, Family Promise of San Joaquin County is exploring alternative ways to assist these homeless families until their congregation are able to host and support families using the traditional Family Promise model. And now, therefore, be it resolved that this San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors does hereby proclaim the week of October 18th through October 25th, 2020 as Family Promise Week, and the County of San Joaquin urges all citizens to recognize and raise awareness of the issue of homeless children and families in our community. Passed and adopted this 20th day of October 2020. And Madam Chair, I believe that we may have Jonathan Jacoby and Sharon Jarvis on the phone to participate in today's proclamation.
Great. Would we like to ask them if they want to make a few comments, and then I will ask the board for comments?
Mr. Jacoby, if you're available, can you hear us in board chambers? Okay, Madam Chair, we can wait a moment and I'll see if they're able to log in.
Great. So I'm going to ask the board if they'd like to make any comments. Supervisor Villapudua?
Sure. Just really want to recognize what a great job you're doing, and anything we do for families, it's a positive. So thank you.
Supervisor Patty?
Thank you, Madam Chair. On behalf of the county, the families, the children, most importantly, we are grateful and thankful for all that you do, you and your staff. And this effort needs to continue, and of course, with all of our community support, we stand with you. So thank you for all that you do.
Supervisor Wynn?
Thank you. It's interesting. We did hear statistics as far up to 2019. I can only imagine what the statistics are this year. considering that the World Health Organization just came out with a directive, or at least information, that they have seen and expect a doubling in our poverty rate, our population. And so obviously that will have an impact upon our homeless families that have become homeless, et cetera. So these type of organizations are critical and essential in regards to addressing that particular need. So as the other supervisors say, I think this is a great program and certainly needs all the help they can get from certainly the different agencies and entities that support them. So thank you.
Supervisor Elliott.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you to Family Promise of San Joaquin County for the great work you're doing. It's certainly a necessary work that you're doing as well in light of the continuing and increasing numbers of homelessness that we still have here in San Joaquin County. So thank you for all that you do in that regard.
And I would also like to add my thanks. Family Promise San Joaquin is a really excellent illustration of partnerships with our faith-based community. And many of them were members of the Homelessness Task Force in the early years. And this is a response to what they perceived as a need that they could address in San Joaquin County. And it's an effort that has grown and strengthened over the years. And we are very grateful for that partnership. And I know that all of the families that they have helped support in the last few years also greatly appreciate it. So thank you very much. Clerk, do we have the ability now to hear from representatives from Family Promise?
Mr. Jacoby, can you please go ahead and answer if you're able to hear us?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Mr. Jacoby. Welcome. Good morning.
Thank you very much. My name's Jonathan Jacoby. I'm board president of Family Promise of San Joaquin County. Unfortunately, I just heard the introduction. We were about to open our operation last spring when the pandemic hit. We have been very frustrated by not being able to serve families, but we have appreciated the lead that the Board of Supervisors has taken on this issue, and we are scrambling now to work out programs that we can do while there are restrictions, and then we will return to our normal programming. So we're proud to be a part of the solution, or at least heading toward being a part of the solution for homelessness, because our focus is on children, families with children who are being severely impacted and have been for some time, and it's only getting worse. These kids will not have an opportunity to learn and thrive and develop as we'd like them to in our society. So thank you very much for the proclamation and for your work and for the opportunity for me to come and address you this morning. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jacoby. We know that many of your members have been involved in other efforts to address homelessness through the years, through initially PACT and then Faith in the Valley, and in their individual congregations. So we really appreciate all of the work that you've put into to come up with additional ways to help support these families in San Joaquin County.
Great. Thank you very much. That's very nice to hear.
Okay, then. And I'm assuming Sharon Jarvis is not on the line?
No, Sharon is not. She's out of town today.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mr. Jacoby. You have a nice day.
You too. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, then. Before we move on to public comment, we have had a request to add a discussion item to the agenda today on an emergency basis, which means it would require, well, I'm going to turn it over to County Council for the particulars on this, but I want to, at this point, put this to the board and see if we want to add a discussion item. County Council?
Thank you. Supervisor Patty is asking that the board consider adding an item to the agenda to discuss the November 3rd, 2020 general election integrity in San Joaquin County. Government Code 54954.2 allows the board to add an item to the agenda by a 2/3 vote, provided that the board finds there's a need to take immediate action, and secondly, that the need for action came to the board's attention subsequent to the posting of the agenda. The agenda was posted last Thursday. According to emails that I received from Supervisor Patty over the weekend and some other information, it appears that there is some concern regarding the conduct of the election. This is the only board meeting prior to the election. And so I believe that the first threshold of that there's a need to take immediate action, because taking action at a later date would not be effective. The second one I'll let Supervisor Patty speak to, about the need for action coming to the board's attention subsequent to the posting of the agenda.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Patty?
Thank you, Madam Chair. As some of you may be aware of, if your offices have been contacted as much as mine, there seems to be there's a few things that are happening. Once might be accidental, twice could be, could be unfortunate, but when you start to see 2, 3, or 4 things happening, there seems to be more than a red flag. There seems to be an alarm. And at least that's what's being said to me, and that's what is being asked of me and my office to address some of these issues. I know that I had shared with our county council yesterday and with Ms. Nino some of the issues of concern, and subsequent to that, there was a press release addressing the concerns. I'm not sure how that unfolded to work out that way, but I know that we're going to discuss it today, and I think I'm glad that Ms. Dubois is here and anybody else that could lend some clarity. But there seems to be some red flags here. We've got voter ballots that were sent out weeks in advance of sample ballots. I'm sure there's an answer. We've got missing statements of qualification. I live in Brookside. I'm still yet to find out about some of these issues.
Really, all we need to know at this point for what's before the board is if you would just comment on the fact that you received notification after the agenda was posted, and then that would meet the second criteria, and then we can put this to a vote of the board. We can actually have the discussion later under our discussion item.
Understood. Thank you. Thank you for the clarity. So yes, I've got multiple people that have reached out to me pretty much after our agenda was printed and listing these concerns. So now that they've come to my attention, and as they may have already come to the attention of other board members, I believe it's reasonable for us to have a discussion to rest assured that we in the county are doing our job.
Okay, so at this point, what we're being asked to do is add an additional discussion item. It will come during that portion of the agenda. It will be added to the end of the discussion items. So I would put it to the board. If there's comments to be made, that's fine. Otherwise, I'm happy to entertain a motion, and we will move forward. It will require 2/3 of the vote of the board to add it as an emergency discussion item.
Move to add the item to the agenda.
Thank you.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes. All right, and that motion passes 5-0, so we are going to add that discussion item. We're going to receive a briefing and an update on the status of the November 3rd election, and we will be adding that as one of our discussion items.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
we don't have any regularly scheduled discussion items, but generally discussion items would occur after scheduled morning items.
So it will be after our scheduled public hearing and before supervisors' comments and committee reports.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Very welcome. Thank you. Okay, so now we're going to move on to public comments. Now is the time for public comment on matters within the jurisdiction of the Board of Supervisors that are not listed on the agenda, and any matters listed on the consent agenda. Public comments are limited to 250 words or less and may be submitted by sending an email to sjcpubliccomments sjgov.org. That's gov.org. With regard to public comment, the law strictly limits the ability of board members to discuss matters not on the agenda, so this is not an appropriate time to have a discussion with the board regarding your comments, and we ask that you refrain from personal attacks and you address your comments to the Board of Supervisors. So at this point, I'm going to ask the clerk of the board if we have received any public comments, and if so, to please read them for the board and into the record.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We do have several public comments this morning. A few of them are related to one of this afternoon's scheduled items. Since that hearing is closed, I'll be reading them under the public comments section this morning.
Okay, great. Thank you.
The first one reads, I am Brian McNamara, Project Manager for the Kusalakari Project, PA 1800177, set for the 1:30 p.m. session. I wish to bring to your attention 93 letters and statements of support for our project. While these were all submitted prior to or at the Planning Commission hearing, 59 of these were inadvertently omitted from prior agenda packets. They are now in Attachment 1. Prior to finalizing our project plans in 2017, we canvassed French Camp to explain the project to neighbors and asked for their suggestions. 32 French Camp neighbors signed statements stating they were not opposed to the project, 19 of which were from persons living on South Priest Road near the project. Unfortunately, none of these were included in prior agenda packets, even though these were submitted to planning staff. In total, in your packet are 19 signed statements or letters from persons residing on South Priest Road, 13 signed statements from persons living elsewhere within French Camp, 26 letters of support from persons residing elsewhere within the county, 35 letters of support from persons in nearby areas outside the county. Total 93 letters of support submitted prior to the June 18th PC hearing. Prior to the previous board hearing were only 2 letters submitted in opposition, one from an appellant who is now selling their home. Please take into consideration the much greater number of residents who do not oppose the project and allow the Planning Commission's approval to stand. Thank you. The next comment is from Serena Lee, who writes, it has been brought to my attention just a couple days ago that there is to be a hearing about a temple in French Camp. I was never notified of this proposal, and I live maybe a quarter mile from this location. Why weren't all neighbors notified of this concerning matter? Because of the lateness of me hearing about this, I will not be able to be at this meeting in person. Several years ago, this was brought to the board, and it was decided that this area is a residential area and that a temple of that magnitude is not appropriate for this area. I am still in agreement with that. Priest Road is a small street and already has way too much traffic on it. The additional traffic that it would bring would cause Priest Road to be more congested. A building this big and tall will disrupt the serenity of the area. Priest Road is probably the nicest street in French Camp, and we love the closeness of the neighbors. French Camp is the oldest community in the county, and we love the smallness and slow speed of it here. We would love to keep it that way. Please say no to the building of a tall temple here. The next comment reads, my name is Marilyn Casillas, and I am writing to express my concern with the plans to turn our San Joaquin County Fairgrounds into a homeless encampment. This has been home to the Asparagus Festival, which was brought in revenue into San Joaquin County, a source of entertainment and outings for countless families and revenue and resources for local and other businesses. Chairman Kathy Miller, I don't know how I can vote for you as Assemblywoman when I can't even count on you to work on our behalf. Your constituents of San Joaquin County. Chairman Miller, you have been working with Mayor Tubbs and the Committee for the Homeless here, and yet this is the best you can do? Discussions with coworkers, family, and friends are all opposed to this idea. Because of the many negative repercussions this will bring to our area, businesses, and people of San Joaquin County, please consider putting a halt to this plan until further study is done. Thank you. The next comment is from Ray Marazzi. This is Ray Marazzi, a longtime resident of French Camp living on Priest Road. I am writing you to express my concern of the possible building of the Monk Temple on Priest Road. This is a quiet little street and not the place for such a temple. This road has too many traffic issues already. We have many farmers that use this road to move equipment and crops. We have many horseback riders up and down the road all day long. With all the possible open areas in the county, there must be a better location with wider roads, sidewalks, and better access. The next comment is from Jeff and Malia Gan, who writes, "We are taking this opportunity to share our concerns about the planned building of a temple in our neighborhood. As we understand it, the building very tall, in excess of 65 feet high. We are a community of single-story or two-story ranch-style homes on small parcels. Having a building like the one being proposed would be out of place, to say the least. We have a deep concern about how visible this temple will be and stand out in our neighborhood. We are also concerned with the amount of traffic a temple like this would draw to our area. It puts more unwanted vehicles on our quiet county road. We have families of walkers and bike riders, even horseback riders, that would become more at risk of injury or death due to heavier traffic. High levels of traffic on a two-lane country road with no sidewalks is a recipe for injury. We appreciate you reading and considering our community's concerns. We hope that you give our objections the thought and consideration they deserve. We are an old and quiet community just a few steps outside the cities of Stockton, Lathrop, and Manteca. It seems a temple of this design and scale would be much better suited to the city than that can better manage a building of this size and increase levels of traffic." The next comment is from Yvonne Nags, a registered nurse, who writes, "There is a gathering of healthcare workers outside the building today, October 20th. We are hoping to be heard. We are concerned that the order issued by Dr. Maggie Park in September ordering all healthcare workers in San Joaquin County to receive the flu shot, except in the, quote, rare case, end quote, of an exception, is an infringement on our medical freedom. Our employers are now mandating we get the flu shot or lose our job, unless we have an exemption. The threat of losing our job removes our right to informed consent for a medical procedure. Consent to a medical procedure must be free from coercion or duress. The threat of job loss is coercion. We would like the option to decline, which is allowed in the California Code of Regulations, Title 8, Section 5199. Since 2012, we have been allowed to decline and wear a mask. We are asking that option be reinstated. As healthcare workers, we stand up for our patients. We advocate for them to be in control of their healthcare decisions. Will you stand with us and advocate for us? We have been here for you and want to continue being here for you. Will you be here for us?" The next comment is by Jim Kahn, who writes, "I am Jim Kahn, Executive Project Manager for the Kusalakari Project PA 1800177, set for the 1:30 p.m. session. On October 15th, I emailed all board members a letter providing information on how another vote on the appeal would establish a very undesirable precedent, creating uncertainty and a lack of finality whenever an appeal fails to receive the 3 votes necessary for approval. I also pointed out that should the board proceed with the appeal, Development Title Section 9220.11 strictly limits the scope of review of Planning Commission decisions to the basis of appeal stated by appellants in their application. As stated by staff in its presentation before the board, the appellants have cited only 2 bases for their appeal: the adequacy of the road and the height of the steeple. My October 15th letter shows no evidence was presented by appellants showing the Planning Commission abused its discretion in finding that the road and steeple complied with county regulations. Other items listed by appellants in the lower half of the appeal form fail to allege any, quote, specific abuse of discretion, end quote, and therefore cannot be considered by the board. The intent of Section 9-220.11 is to ensure that the respondent's rights to due process are not infringed upon. Appeals lacking the required specificity do not provide respondents the legally required information they need to mount a meaningful response to the appeal. I hope these points will be considered. And the next comment is by Yu Kosala, President of the Kusalakari Corporation, who writes, "Regarding the Kusalakari use permit and specifically 4 letters received opposing the project, I specifically offer the following. Beginning in late 2017, we began reaching out to the community, including to those who submitted letters yesterday. We wrote to each of them on several occasions, informing them of our proposals and requested their input. On more than 3 occasions, we walked through the neighborhood to meet and speak with neighbors individually. By mail, we kept everyone apprised of the application process. Even after approval of our use permit on June 15th, the first thing we did was to write neighbors, letting them know that despite the approval, we remained willing to consider ideas they may have. Now, after all our efforts, 2.5 years after this process has begun, 5 months after public hearing started, and just 12 hours before what we hope will be the final hearing, we received 4 letters of opposition, the first since those of the appellants. Choosing projects that will benefit our communities is a process that requires care, thoughtfulness, and a commitment to the process. What we do to better our community requires more than just a single last-minute letter. Decisions regarding development in our communities are just too consequential. At our August 18th appeal hearing, Supervisor Patty raised what to me is the single most important question in any development proposal. Can you be good neighbors? The answer is an unequivocal yes, and given the opportunity, we will be, as evidenced by 93 letters and statements of support. Thank you. And Madam Chair, this concludes the comments that we have for public comments this morning.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to move on to minutes. We have 2 sets of minutes to approve today. The regular meeting of September 15th and the special meeting of September 28th, 2020. Do we have a motion in a second, or do we need to make any changes or additions?
Move to approve.
Second.
All right, we have a motion in a second. Please cast your votes. I'm not seeing the result on my screen.
I'm showing the result, and it was passed 5-0.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Now we're going to move on to appointments to boards and commissions. I'm going to ask Supervisor Patty if you have some appointments to move today.
Yes, Madam Chair, I do. And I have the following recommendations. Appointment to the Assessment Appeals Board, number 2, 1 second regular member, position number 1322, Kyle Weinheimer, incumbent. Appointment of 3 positions are up for the Workforce Development Board. 1 San Joaquin County Probation Department representative, Steve Jackson. 1 at-large business representative, Robert Patrick, incumbent. And 1 labor organization representative. We are going to re-advertise for that position. Madam Chair, that is all I have. This motion is in a motion to approve these recommendations. Thank you.
Second the motion.
All right, we have a motion in a second. Please cast your votes. That is approved 5-0. Now we're going to move on to our regular COVID-19 briefing. Our public health officer is not available today, and so we're going to be receiving our briefing and update on the COVID-19 pandemic by Mr. Greg Diederich. Diederich is our Health Services Director. Welcome.
Thank you and good morning, Chair Miller, Boards of Supervisors, CEO Missanino, and County Council Mark Miles. Pleased to be here today, and I apologize, Dr. Park is in a intensive multi-day TB training with the state and is unavailable. As of noon on Monday, the 19th, San Joaquin County had reported a total of 21,196 COVID-19 cases and has unfortunately experienced 484 deaths to date. The number of new cases reported weekly continues to decline, and this past week we've averaged slightly less than 79 cases per day, and our R effective, or the reproduction number, in San Joaquin County is now estimated to be 0.67, which is lower than the state average as a whole, and indicates a lower disease transmission. However, about 10 minutes ago, I did get an update to this particular slide, and that last value went up from 35.91 to 39.23, so a slight uptick in the daily rate from 77 a day to 79 a day. Fortunately, we've experienced far fewer deaths from COVID-19 in recent weeks, and nowhere near the high of 50-plus deaths per day that we were experiencing in the month of July. This is reflective of our hospitalization numbers, and the EMS agency reported yesterday that there are now 23 COVID-19 positive patients hospitalized and only 5 in the intensive care units. This represents just 4% of all hospitalizations due to COVID and just 7% of patients within the ICUs being there for COVID-19. San Joaquin County remains in the red tier of reopening, and the state updates the county's tier assignments weekly, every Tuesday. And this graphic was pulled yesterday and indicates our metrics as published last Tuesday. And I was concerned about our adjusted case rate, but I do have some positive updates to share on the next slide based upon current snapshot data available this morning. This past week, we experienced a significant decline in some of the new cases, dropping from 6.1 to 4.9 per 100,000, as indicated on that last line. Please also note that we continue to increase our testing, and the state did not adjust our case rates this week due to our testing below the statewide median. The median itself was revised upward to 239, and the state will be doing this update every 4 weeks, and it indicates that most counties, including San Joaquin, are increasing their testing. Also want to highlight that the significant drop in testing positivity within the county average, dropping to 3.3%, and even our Healthy Places Index Health Equity positivity rate fell substantially. These compare to a current statewide testing positivity rate of 2.4%. Both of our testing positivity metrics are now in the orange tier ranges, but our case rate remains in the red tier, and we need to have all 3 of these metrics in the lower orange tier for 2 consecutive weeks in order to move to the next less restrictive tier. Presently, we do not have any weeks worth of credit, and unfortunately, I believe we will remain in the red tier for at least the next several weeks. Want to thank the San Joaquin County Clinics along with Joan Singson and her team who continue to provide targeted testing, especially to our agricultural workers, homeless, and other vulnerable populations. And some current statistics are shown on this slide, and these tests are all run by our public health lab. And you'll notice that many of the events specifically target our ag worker communities. This is a flyer that the team published and shows the dates throughout the month of October. They're also offering flu vaccinations during these testing activities. I also want to thank Shelley Lima and our Office of Emergency Services, as we've had some meetings several weeks ago with leadership from a firm called HR Support, who is now significantly expanding free testing to locations within San Joaquin County. OES has worked with the vendor and our municipal and business partners on site locations, and many are now up and running, and this represents hundreds of additional tests within San Joaquin County daily. This partnership has no hard cost to the county. The vendor provides the staffing, the supplies, and the laboratory services free to individuals, and no per test cost to the county. We simply work to arrange sites and work to promote, but there's no $150 per test or guaranteed minimum required from the county. So very, very positive news. And you can see that we are expanding not just the physical locations, but also intermittent sites, as noted on the slide. Also want to promote the SDA Ready site for a current source of countywide COVID information, including a link showing all the available testing locations and dates of testing within the county. And finally, I'd like to provide some other verbal updates. By December, our public health lab should acquire and have certified a high throughput PCR device, increasing our public health lab daily surge capacity for COVID-19 testing to approximately 1,400 tests per day. The state testing turnaround time now averages 1.2 days. Last week, we received Abbott point of care testing supplies, 14,000 tests to be distributed by our Mohawk. And these are in addition to the tests distributed earlier from the federal government to skilled nursing facilities. These are antigen tests and indicated for symptomatic individuals and are not PCR tests, and we're determining how best to allocate them to our partners within the county. The state is also on track to open their Perkin-Elmer testing facility in Valencia on November 2nd with initial testing capacity of 40,000 tests per day, increasing to a potential of 150,000 tests by spring. and is completing an RFI process for local collection partners. Our Verily and Optum Serve testing sites, those contracts are currently set to expire at the end of November. And both sites currently are underutilized within our counties, and these are the ones at the San Joaquin General Hospital and the Lodi Public Library. For public schools, districts have reopened to some extent for in-classroom learning at this time, and several more will be opening in the coming weeks. There are, however, at least 4 classrooms experiencing positive students and staff. Our ELC CARES, ELC stands for Epidemiology and Lab Capacity grant dollars. We had to submit a plan to the state that was submitted last week, and it will leverage our Resilient Communities Network that Public Health has recently implemented, and will eventually provide mini grants to these CBO partners to help target the Healthy Places Index census tracts and the related health equity reopening metric. But we may be required to go through a purchasing RFP, which may delay implementation, perhaps until January, and I'll be working to determine compliant alternatives such that we can get this money out into our CBOs, into those census tracts more quickly. Our contract investigators and tracers are able to initiate contacts the same day as the case is reported and have cleared their backlog, and are also using the state's CalConnect system exclusively. We are actually downsizing our footprint at the Ag Center, and any surge capacity will utilize remote workforce, be those state or local staff and volunteers. The Citizen Exposure Notification app, I spoke with the board several times earlier, and I hope to get onto the Apple and Google app stores, was adopted by the City of Los Angeles in late September, and the Safe Pass feature is now available as a standalone product. Again, we share no information with this vendor. 2 COVID-19 vaccine formulations require ultra-low temperature freezers, and I'm pleased to say that Public Health has already obtained 2 of these freezers and are currently engaged in planning efforts with the state and our local push partners in preparation for mass vaccination when vaccines become widely available, expected hopefully by the end of this calendar year to get started. With that, that's the end of my presentation. I'm available to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Do any members of the board have questions for Mr. Diedrich? Supervisor Elliott?
Thank you, Chair. And thank you for that update, Mr. Diedrich. You were talking about the vaccines and the preparations for those. So I'm glad to hear that we are making preparations, because the news reports indicate that those are coming soon. Now, you mentioned the storage requirements, but now where do we plan to actually make these vaccines available? Will they all have to come to where the storage facility is, or will we be able to transport that vaccine to other locations so that we'll be able to get these vaccines out in a widespread, timely fashion?
Thank you for your question, Supervisor Elliott. My understanding is there's 2 vaccines that require those ultra-low temperatures, one -73 and one -103. So these are very cold. These are not the type of freezers you pick up at a Home Depot. Smallpox vaccine is used like this as well. Generally, these should be distributed. There 2 of the vaccines require this. My understanding that there are 4 vaccines within the United States at their 3rd or end stage trials. All the trials are on adults. None of the trials have been actually geared toward individuals under the age of 18. But once they are taken out of the cold storage, my understanding is they need to be used rapidly within a day or 2, but they don't need to be in the field at that temperature. They should be distributed in single-use vials rather than multi-dose vials, and that will make the distribution a little easier. When I mention our push partners, these are Office of Ed, community clinics, even non-traditional occupational health, wherever they might have a nurse. We have existing agreements with them for like mass vaccination. So we're starting to engage them and do the planning. Beyond these freezers being in short supply, dry ice is also in short supply. That's to a degree because a lot of people during this pandemic are ordering in food that is distributed via mail with dry dry ice. But I believe to get started, we will have a significant capacity. But I do believe when the vaccines come in, we will be getting some directive from the state as far as what the criteria are and who will get it first. Will these be first responders, healthcare workers, or individuals more susceptible to negative impacts from being infected with COVID? So there will be some regulations and guidance coming from the state, but I think we'll be in even though the storage requires the ultra low, the distribution and the injection won't require that to be out in the field at those temperatures.
All right, thank you. Also on the school front, have there been any schools who have requested variances that have not received them? Or requested waivers, I guess is the proper term for that.
I believe, I have to look at my notes, I believe there were 4 school districts, and then in addition, the Catholic diocese all received waivers. After we had been in the red tier of reopening for 2 weeks, it was no longer a requirement that they receive a waiver. I believe 3 additional school districts are engaging with public health, not so much seeking a waiver, but engagement and technical assistance with their reopening plans. Any school district, my understanding is if they have opened while we're in red with a waiver or not, if they have opened, and unfortunately if we revert back to purple, they do not have to close, but they do need to have at least some stage of reopening prior to that. But to answer your direct question, I understand some districts are still seeking a waiver, and I know Dr. Park is engaging with them, and I think at the end of the day, with the back and forth on the actual plan, those will be authorized by Dr. Park. But
Okay,
it is not necessary for a school to attain it at this point to open.
Okay, so all those things are kind of moot, I guess, at this point.
You don't need the waiver, but I do appreciate the school district's engagement on their plan and making, you know, I said several board meetings ago, my goal is really to open schools and keep them open, and I think the engagement on the plan goes a long ways. I mentioned in the update that there are at least 4 school classrooms that have experienced COVID positivity within the students or the teachers, and that classroom, in essence, everybody that was in there needs to isolate and do distance learning for, I think, a 10-day period. But having that already written in the plan and knowing what you're going to do allows us to be a lot more on top of the potential community transmission.
Okay, well, that's good to hear. I think our whole effort should be toward facilitating getting these schools open as quickly as possible in any way that we can. And I'm glad to hear that there's no requirement anymore at this point for a waiver to actually be approved. Thank you.
Supervisor Wynn?
So to make sure I understand, because I've heard that districts are applying for waivers because of their concern about reverting back to the purple and then having to close down. So what you're saying is they don't have to have a waiver to continue operation once they've opened. Is that correct?
That's correct. And it's if they've started open and in Ripon, the town you and I both live in, they started off, I think, K through 3, and they're expanding a little bit. Even though they haven't opened up high school at this point, because they've started a reopening and they have a plan, if unfortunately reverted to purple, that does not mean they need to shut down, and that does not mean that they cannot continue to open the additional classrooms. If we revert back to purple, I don't believe the waiver process is possible at that point, but I'll have to check that. But any school that has, at this point, a waiver or that we've been in red has opened can continue to open additional segments of their population.
So in other words, any changes by the governor to reclose, society, schools would not be affected if they're currently in place with their opening program, even though it's in the beginning stages.
At present, that's true. However, things can change rapidly at the state, and different orders could come out. But at present, any school that has begun reopening can continue to reopen. And if we go back into the purple, they don't have to close. But if our case rates are things in California, a second wave bigger than the first one, who knows what order might be forthcoming from the governor's office in that situation.
I agree. I think one of the concerns that obviously school boards have and superintendents, et cetera, is that there are parents who are very attuned to the colors that we're in. And therefore, if we went back to purple, there would be parents who would say that they're not going to send their child to school for that fear. So, but that's their issue, and I'm sure they can deal with that. Yesterday, the governor came out with a committee of sorts in regards to vaccines. And what was interesting about that is, and I guess going back to what Supervisor Elliott was talking about, I'm assuming we have a plan, or we're developing a plan. So when a vaccine becomes available, we can immediately start it and vaccinate those that are the first priority, and how we get that out and where they're going to be vaccinated and those types of things. So I think that's good, because I think, you know, obviously to wait for the vaccine and then develop a plan obviously is a waste of time. My concern is in the governor's statement, he talks about this committee that's going to evaluate, you know, internally or in the California, the vaccine itself. In other words, go through another testing process as opposed to what every other vaccine goes through with the FDA and other testing protocols. However, in the same press release or statement, he encouraged individuals to get their flu vaccine. And my experience, and I'm not a medical expert, but from year to year we have different viruses or flu, you know, that occur that require a different type of vaccine, because there's so many of them that can occur. And what I found interesting is, on the one hand, he's going to do whatever, and I have no idea what the time. I don't think anybody knows the time frame of delay when that vaccine is available nationally and the time that we will have it available here locally or in California. But at the same time, there's no similar concern as to a vaccine for flu. I only bring that up because I really am disappointed in regards to the politicization of this pandemic. And if we just looked at it from the medical standpoint, I think we'd all be better off. I was going to ask Dr. Park some questions, and I don't want to ask them of you, because I know probably, although I know you're very familiar with everything that goes on with public health, but there are some issues that have come up in regards to lockdowns, for example, from the World Health Organization, the economic devastation that it's created. And I only bring that up because I know we're stuck with the governor, and you touched upon it previously, is that as I've talked about, we keep moving the goalposts. You know, we have a path, we're working towards it, we're just, you know, focusing all our resources on a particular outcome. And then all of a sudden, for example, we have health equity, and now potentially we have this vaccine, I want to say, bump. And I guess the other concern I have is, I can't say it for sure, but I certainly am suspicious that when the vaccine comes, there may be another criteria by which, you know, we can, because we never have a plan to completely reopen or what some people would call return to normal. So again, I'm frustrated because for all the work we're doing, it seems like we're busy going in this direction, then all of a sudden we change directions, we throw all the resources that way, and I think unfortunately we're wasting a lot of time and resources and effort, and creating a lot of frustration, and to some cases despair and depression in regards to our population, because the people I talk to, and you know, and obviously we don't have a lot of societally interchange, but I would say people are really fatigued on this whole issue. And as one of those in the category of most susceptible at risk, I would state that I think I know what I have to do to protect myself, and I don't need a governor or a president or anybody else to tell me what I can and can't do. And so from that vantage point, I think unfortunately we have really handicapped our population in regards to reopening. My wife and I have been out to dinner twice in local restaurants, and I'm glad to see they're open, but I think the National Restaurant Association said that 100,000 restaurants nationwide will never come back. And how does that affect our economy locally, certainly California, nationally? And so we can debate this all day, but I would hope that in the future we have a little more reasonableness in regards to our direction from the state. So, again, thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. I'm kind of waiting to see what happens with Florida. Florida's opened up pretty much universally several weeks ago. Let's see what happens with their numbers. I would say a lot of this is because of an election year. There's uncertainty. People not having faith in the vaccine. I've read surveys where less than half the people are actually willing to get a vaccine at this point. Is it being rushed to market? It is coming much quicker than other vaccines come. I think the balance really is it might be easier to prove that the vaccine is effective, but a little harder to prove that it's safe. But at the end of the day, is the governor kind of rolling the dice? Because if the vaccines do come out and they are safe and effective, yet it's been delayed in California, that there's some risk there. But it is a little bit different than the seasonal influenza, where currently it's a trivalent, which means that it has 3 different strains in there. They continue to have the H1N1 strain, then they also target an A and a B subtype of the vaccine in the formulation. So it's been hyper-political.
One last comment. I would say, again, it's unfortunate it's become that way. They talk about Sweden, for example, as an example that didn't shut down. But what they've forgotten about Japan, Japan didn't shut down either, and their numbers are extremely low. And some attribute that because in Japan they have a tendency to wear masks more frequently. However, it's not universal. It doesn't happen all the time, and usually the mask wearing is because somebody has a cough or some type of thing where they expel, potential viruses. So, again, it does work. And the reason I bring that up is because science is based upon actual investigation of things that they can observe. Science is not computer models. And unfortunately, we deal with computer models all the time telling us what the future holds. And invariably, in this pandemic and in other computer model science, it's wrong. And so, again, I would take, based upon 7 months of this occurring, there's enough data out there that we can look at scientifically and make some valid determinations as opposed to throwing information based upon human intelligence into a computer and having it pop out and say, well, this is what's going to happen. It never happens. And I don't know why we continue to be fooled by that theoretical science, because it's not real science. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions down here for Mr. Diederich? Supervisor Patty?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Quick question. What's the cost of the testing equipment? You mentioned that in a short period of time we're going to acquire some new testing equipment to process the COVID test.
I'll have to look back. I know we came multiple times with board orders or a request in June and then in August. And I think the August one, I looked for some flexibility because the vendor we wanted to go with, Hologic, wasn't getting back to. So that board letter was written with some flexibility for us to basically whatever we could acquire, we could acquire. We're actually getting a Perkins-Elmer, which is the same thing that the state is acquiring with their Valencia lab. But I believe the base unit and some ancillary devices are in the $250,000 to $400,000 range, but I'd have to get back with you on the actual purchase order that was cut.
Do me a favor and follow up. At the last board meeting, I had mentioned a rapid testing availability. It's been approved by the FDA and been approved by all of the governing bodies that would sanction the results. But the rapid test company that was introduced to me, that I shared with the board in the last discussion, they're giving out a free testing equipment with the purchase of, on the first time you purchase, with the purchase of 50,000 tests.
Yes.
So if you purchase 100,000 tests, you're going to get 2 machines. So I'm just kind of curious what the balance and the dollars could be that may offset the cost of buying a new piece of equipment when we might be able to get some rapid testing equipment that's utilized for a spectrum of test results, not just singular for that one test.
And the item we're acquiring is a real-time PCR. So it is the gold standard. It is the one that impacts our metric at the state. Our lab is electronically connected to the CalReady system, so all of our positives and negatives go into that metric. The item you mentioned, I'm not sure if it's real-time PCR. It's a PCR, but it's a different class. Also, what you mentioned, the rapid tests, I mentioned in the update that via our Mohawk, which is the Medical Health Operational Area Coordinator, which is assigned to EMS Administrator Dan Birch, we received last Friday 14,000 tests. Those are broken up into, I think, 22 test kits or a box. Those are the rapid antigen tests, and it's what's termed a lateral flow assay, and it's basically I guess the best analogy would be a over-the-counter pregnancy testing tip, where you dip it in urine. Here you would, it's not the full nasopharyngeal swab, but a mid-turbinate one that about an inch up your nose. You self-collect that. You open up this testing kit, which is basically a cardboard card, if you will. You drop 6 drops of reagent into one of the wells without touching it. Then you take that swab and you put it in there and you turn it several times. You close it up. It has to stay face down. In 15 minutes, the liquid flows up that, like on that pregnancy test. It has a test strip to make sure it's working, then another test strip. So if you got 2 red lines, you're positive. We got 14,000 of these in 22 test kits. The Mohawk is looking to see how we can distribute those. Are they best to go towards a urgent care or an ER or other testing facilities? It doesn't require an instrument. So there's not a, I can put one in the instrument and wait 15 minutes to the next one. You could line these all up. So it's really a matter of how you can collect them. They're geared toward individuals showing symptoms. So people actively shedding the virus that have a higher viral load. That's what it's geared toward. Where do we want to put these out there? Is it, in an urgent care environment where I could do this rapid test right then and there and get an ability to make a clinical decision versus maybe collecting a swab and sending to a lab, or maybe giving them a requisition to go to Quest to get that done. A little bit of our fear is if we start doing a lot of these rapid tests, if you are positive, you should go then get a PCR test, the gold standard. If we have these rapid test, antigen tests out there everywhere, and we find a bunch of positives, and only the positives are getting the PCR test, our PCR, the metric that truly counts, is going to go way up as far as positivity. So, but I do believe that there are places where this is going to be necessary. We're also working with the universities, University of the Pacific. This also could be used where people are doing serial testing, where you might do this every day. So like in athletics or such. So we're should be distributing these tests sometime later this week, the 14,000, which are 22 kits, if you will. And as I mentioned, these are in addition, these are the Abbott, it's not the ID now, I have to get the actual name of the test. But where do we want to distribute these? These are also in addition to the ones that went out to the skilled nursing facilities. But at the end of the day, if this diminishes people actually going to get PCR tests that count towards the number of tests we're doing, and as I mentioned in the update, I was very pleased that the state, even though we were increasing our testing rates, we're not at the statewide average. They did not negatively impact our case rate this time. So I'm kind of treading lightly to make sure that I can get our metrics down, but also make sure that our healthcare systems, our healthcare workers, and the tests are out there as needed. So it's a fine balance.
Excellent. I appreciate all those efforts. Do a little comparison on what the cost is and the information we provided on the rapid testing. Lastly, you had mentioned that before we can go from red to orange, we have to sustain a level, and we've got 2 of the 3 standards that have been met. What's missing? What do we need to do more of countywide?
It's the case rates. So both of the testing positivity and the countywide as a whole, as well as the testing positivity in the Healthy Places Index, that lowest quartile, are both in the orange tier now. What is not there is our case rate. I believe our case rate got down to 4.9. Unfortunately, in order to get to on slide 8 of the PowerPoint, where we had the graphic of the different reopening tiers and the two metrics, we need to get our case rate down from 4.9 to 3.9. We need to drop it a whole point. And then keep all three of them there for 2 weeks. So I was very pleased we dropped from to 4.9. The prior week, that was up there at 6.1, so a significant drop. Can we maintain that or not? As I mentioned, there was a last-minute update to my slide 3 where we actually ticked up as far as our case rate this week.
Mm-hmm. Understood. Any actions that we could push, promote, share, and kind of help our county accomplish whatever goals that need to be reached?
I'd still push the same mantra, wash your hands, warm soap and water, 20 seconds. That's much better than hand sanitizer. Stay home when you're ill. Limit your outdoor gatherings. Wear your face mask. Socially distant. I always hear the governor say that, hey, they are promoting these different reopening and guidance for different sectors, and he always says that doesn't mean go. Just because we open up a sector because we can, continue to maintain those precautions. As we start moving indoors in the cold and flu season, and we don't have the outdoor, that might cause some increases. But very pleased with where we're at. But I do know, even though these are 7 or 14-day averages, that was a significant swing this last week. So can we maintain it, or is it an aberration?
Yep, understood. And it would be great to see that trend go down when you look at our peaks. Lastly, there was an offset. If we did additional testing, was it additional testing or additional negatives, then we earned extra credit that helped offset a ratio. Do you have an update on where we are there?
Correct, and I don't know why. So the first week that the reopening metric came out, the state testing was an average. And with some pushback and engagement with the governor's office, they changed that to the median. So half the counties are above, half the counties are below. And as I mentioned, that they reset that every 4 weeks, and it got reset. It went from 216 to 239. We're at 204, so we're still below that. They should have given us basically a 10% coefficient, so our 4.9 should have been 5.4. They didn't do that to us this week. I don't know why, but as we continue to increase the number of tests, it's increasing throughout the state. Are we ever going to get up to the median where everybody's doing the same as we are, increasing the tests? But to answer your question, if I was able to get above 239, and when I mentioned 8SAR support, they're literally doing hundreds of tests in our county a day now. They have the capability to ramp up these sites to 500 a day if there's demand. I need to draw the demand there. It is less invasive than the nasopharyngeal. It's that mid-turbinate one. You can do drive-through or walk up. Their business model, the reason it's free is they're able to charge or bill commercial insurances, bill Medicaid, Medicare as well, and then for anybody that lacks an insurance benefit, there's a pool of funds at the federal level that they're able to access. So it is indeed truly free. If I can get above the statewide average rather than get the negative deduction, if I get above that, I don't know the threshold. I could kind of be one test above that or 10% above that. But if we were testing above that, our 4.9 might be driven down to 4.4. But again, I need to get that below 3.9. There is one other narrow avenue for us to get to the orange tier, and that is if our case rate is continuing to fall, which it is, if we can get our positivity of the countywide average as well as the positivity in those Healthy Places Index census tracts into the yellow tier, so two steps above where we're at, if we can get those two metrics to the yellow tier and our case rate is dropping, even though our case rate is not in orange, the state will allow us to move to orange.
Excellent. And lastly, the governor came out, I guess, a week or so ago and had new mandates that X amount of tests had to be done in some, poverty-stricken areas or where some underclass people are. I forgot the category that they called it. Is that being done? Are we meeting that requirement?
So in my verbal update at the end of the slides, I mentioned the ELC dollars, epidemiology and lab capacity, when we had to submit a work plan, a revised work plan to the state, revised because we took the dollars back in May, but now because of the health equity metric, we are I think 56 or 53% of our ELC dollars we're actually targeting into those lower census tracts, which are centered around Stockton and East Lodi. This also aligns with our community health needs assessment, which is something we do triannually in public health, where we've used the Healthy Places Index before, and we targeted different neighborhoods. And part of our community health improvement plan was working with those neighborhoods, specifically with their parks and allowing people to exercise. So we are targeting those dollars. However, my goal was to, with that resilient community network that public health stood up, and I know Madam Chair Miller's participated in some of those meetings. That's a lot of our CBOs that are culturally competent, that are known members of some of these communities, trusted partners. We want to use them to drive testing volume to these sites that we're standing up, to provide additional educational material and wraparound services. But in order to continue to engage these CBOs, they can't do all this for free. We want to use some of those ELC CARES Act dollars to basically provide mini grants to them. Public health, we've been running for 8 months now. We're a little strained, don't have a lot of administrative capacity to manage, 10, 12 mini grants. I wanted to work with perhaps the San Joaquin Foundation to manage that, but yesterday I was informed that those plans I need to revisit a little bit. Some of these grants would be, $10,000, $15,000. We do need to do some due diligence for our state reporting about how we allocated the money, and do we have to go through a full formal RFP process via purchasing, or is there another compliant way where we can make sure we're compliant with the federal government as well as internal county and state purchasing requirements? But I want to get those dollars out sooner rather than later, and if we have to go through a full vetted RFP, it might be January, which I think is missing the mark. So this was news that came to me yesterday, so I will be working with CAO and the Auditor Controller's Office in purchasing to see what compliant ways we can move a little more quickly.
Okay, to address the governor's request.
Specifically to address the governor's request and to get these dollars out to CBOs specifically for those that lower quartile census tracts.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Diedrich. We appreciate the update.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Okay, next we're going to move on to consent. Are there any items that any board member wishes to pull? Number 6 for Supervisor Wynn. Okay, I would like to just pull 12 and 13 really just for a brief comment is all. So let's move to item number 6.
Are you the responsible party for this?
I sure am, but you know what? There's incredible staff behind it. Supervisor Villapudua, he's been very much instrumental in creating the pilot project, along with Mo Hatef out of the county administrator's office. And I believe we may have Jim Stone or interim director Fritz Buckman. And so they were very key in drafting these responses, along with Ms. Merrill out of county counsel's office.
Okay, I will try to summarize my comments. There's a lot of information here, but in general, obviously I think our response is good. However, I'm a little bit concerned because the discussion in regards to collaboration or partnerships is between the county and the city of Stockton. All 7 cities contribute to our illegal dumping. City residents, for a variety of reasons, because of our rurality, I guess, use our county roads and other places and private properties to dump. And so I guess my comment is, it would seem that although we're making plans, in the future, task force in collaboration with city, I would say that a better approach, because it isn't just the city of Stockton, that all 7 cities should be included in our efforts to work together, to share not only intelligence, but certainly practices and potentially at times resources, because sometimes there is some cooperation, so to speak, on this issue, which is a countywide issue. So that's my first comment. I think also, and I agree with Supervisor Villaputa's efforts. It's been phenomenal. But we have, and I appreciate Mr. Kwong's efforts in regards to these days where residents can bring their trash and clean up their neighborhoods, et cetera. But to some extent, and I know we had plans before the pandemic hit to expand that to the other districts other than, focusing on District 1, which obviously has done a phenomenal job. But again, I think that when we talk about a free day of dumping, where 1 day a month, people can bring their trash to one of our sites or go into the neighborhoods. But again, I'd like to see a more aggressive effort in regards to working with communities because, for example, just in my I've got more communities than that, but for example, my municipal advisory councils in 4 of the communities, and in Linden, which doesn't have one, but they do have a very active Chamber of Commerce. They are very interested in working on cleanup days. And I think if we can, in spite of what is available through our local vendors as far as picking up garbage and free pickups, I think that there would be a really a great effort on the part of residents throughout the county in each district to use those to collect some things that eventually will end up on our county roads or in some farmer's orchard. So again, I would like to see our response be more county-wide as opposed to focusing on Stockton, because it's not the city of Stockton alone that contributes to some of our problems. So that's basically, and I appreciate the comments in regards to the hearing officer. But I would agree that, as far as enforcement, we really haven't had the opportunity with the resources to address those issues. And again, we talk about in the effort to correct some of these illegal dumps and activities. But I think, and I don't want to land more work on county council, but county council has been very effective in some of our code enforcement actions, in addition to the district attorney's office. So I would like to see some inclusion of county council's office, because I commend Mark and his staff on some code enforcement issues that have been around for 5 or 10 years, and really got into court and made some improvements in regards to those particular properties being cleaned up. So again, I understand the district attorney's office, but and when I say that, I also include with the cities, if we're working on a countywide effort, city attorneys have similar authority to enforce certain things. City Ripon, we took action with our fire department, which is not the city, but police department, certainly our city attorney's office, et cetera. So all I'm saying is, let's include more players in this process, because I think they all can provide valuable support to what we're trying to do. So those are just my general comments. I think otherwise I appreciate the comments, but I think that we need a more robust or widespread effort on this issue, because it's like everything else. If you focus on one particular area or region within the county, it goes somewhere else. And so it's not, at least from my vantage point, it's not the intent to move this thing around and push it out of, obviously the county or the city of Stockton to Manteca or Tracy or wherever. So again, I think that if we're all on the same page, possibly all utilizing, because we keep talking about the ordinance, that county council is developing. If we work with the cities and their city attorneys, possibly there would be a countywide ordinance, because one of the things that I always appreciate is if every government entity is using the same language, the same enforcement ordinance, et cetera, it's a lot easier for either county council, city attorney, or the district attorney's office, because they don't have to look at each one and look at the different, aspects of it in regards to enforcement. So that would be my recommendation, is that we also work with our cities to develop a countywide ordinance. And when I say that, obviously there's always this concern, well, the county wants to take charge. That's not my intent. My intent is let's work together, because I know cities in my district, I know they have, efforts and ordinances, but let's see if we can get one that everybody can use, that would be effective, that would address their concerns, and maybe add some additional aspects that they don't currently have in maybe their ordinances. So, yes.
Supervisor Wynn, if I could respond, and then I want to make sure staff has an opportunity also. Thank you for the feedback. It was extremely important for us in our response to the grand jury report, because it was very focused on the county and the city of Stockton. You'll see on page 5 of the grand jury report, the folks who were actually interviewed were a number of county departments, along with the City of Stockton Public Works and Cal Recycle representatives. And so it was important that we respond accordingly, but your feedback, I appreciate, and I know staff does. It doesn't mean that we couldn't still take forward based upon, especially once we do get a more encompassing ordinance, to share that with all of our cities, so that we are all on one page. And also our contract landfill providers, the folks that come and pick up our citizens' trash. So, and do something more public and more collective. So, but I just want to make sure, as far as broadening our responses on the grand jury report, I would propose that we, unless there's some additional correction to our responses on the findings and the recommendations, but if we could take your feedback and just take that to work with our partners and not necessarily change our responses on the grand jury report, just because it's very focused on the city of Stockton and the county.
I understand that,
but I want to make sure you're comfortable with that too.
I understand the focus of the grand jury report. My point is that if we're going to tell the grand jury we're going to do something, I would like to tell them what we're going to do in total. And I understand the focus on this particular report, but if we are going to add additional cities in regard, from my vantage point, I don't think it hurts to say we can use the city of Stockton, but also with other cities. Okay. Because again, sometimes we get so focused on a particular area, obviously the grand jury report, and we lose sight, because this is basically a roadmap for the county in regards to illegal dumping. So again, I'm not suggesting we rewrite it, et cetera. I'm just saying that we add a little bit of information there that to the grand jury and to those who read this report, that it isn't just that we're working with the city of Stockton. We also want to be more inclusive to other entities that may be able to help us in this particular goal.
So another thought, because I'm listening to you and I want to make sure I address it. So as a result of today's board's action on the grand jury report, we typically draft a letter, which I believe is also included in today's board letter from from Madam Chair. We could address that as part of that letter, so that at least the grand jury and our presiding judge of the courts is well aware that we plan to expand it.
That's
Would that meet your need?
That's fine. It's just, again, I just think that if we're going to put out something publicly on what we're planning on doing. For example, I live in the city of Ripon. Well, there's nothing in here about the city of Ripon, and I know we have that problem outside our city limits. So again, that would be fine. I just think it's important that when we send a message out publicly, that we don't focus so narrowly on what the specific question or issue is, but we also say, in addition to that, we're expanding our scope and our outreach to make sure that it's not just the city of Stockton and the county that are affected, it's the entire county. So I think that's the role. So that would be fine. Again, I just want to make sure that we send out a message that we're not just focusing on Stockton and leaving everybody out.
Thank you. Anything from our interim public works director or Ms. Satev?
Yeah, I think we can absolutely make those changes to the responses, and we've already been in touch with representatives of all the cities and discussed this with public works departments.
Good. Thank you.
Great. Are there any other questions from the board? Supervisor Elliott.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I agree with Supervisor Wynn here that we do need to make it clear that we are expanding this effort to include all the cities in the county, because this illegal dumping isn't just a Stockton-centric problem. And when we look at the response to finding F6, that was that free drop-off services are underutilized because the public is unaware of most programs offered. There's a statement in there that says, while these services may be underutilized because the public is unaware, it may also occur because many citizens lack access to vehicles capable of transporting junk and trash. I kind of disagree with that, because I see large pieces of furniture dumped off beside the road somewhere that nobody carried that out there on their bicycle. I mean, there's no way. So they had to transport that in some type of a vehicle that was certainly capable of transporting it on out to the trash dump if they had chosen to go on out there. So I just really disagree with that last sentence. I think we need to focus our efforts on getting the word out and facilitating the use of these free vouchers and cleanup days, et cetera, so that people know that they do have a place that they can drop these things off for free, rather than choosing to drop it off by the side of a county road somewhere.
So I'm going to just suggest, would you like us to remove that last sentence?
I'd like for you to remove that last sentence, because I think the real focus needs to be on increased awareness among the community.
We can make that change if there's a consensus of the board.
Yes.
I'm good with it.
I am as well.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions from the board? All right, thank you very much. We will make those minor changes and forward on that. Next item, I requested pulled 12 and 13. It's really not for a presentation or anything. And perhaps Ms. Hopkins would like to come down. This is adoption of memoranda of understandings and the resolution for executive exempt senior management and confidential units. I just really want to, and I try to highlight this most of the time, I just really want to state my appreciation for all our staff who participated in the negotiations, for our employees, their bargaining units, everyone. This is, especially in these COVID times, are difficult discussions to have. And I really appreciate everyone's positive effort on this and coming to a resolution. We have a 24-month agreement. And if you have any comments you'd like to make, really, I just want to thank everyone involved for getting us here. It's a very positive development.
Thank you, Chair Miller and members of the board. We would like to thank particularly SEIU and the bargaining team. As we were dealing with these difficult negotiations, they really turned a corner and wanted to reach agreement with the county and expressed their appreciation to the board and the CAO's office. And I'd also like to take a minute to thank the CAO's office, HR, and specifically the clerk of the board, because we got this in at the very last minute and she allowed us to make a couple of changes as we were still actually going back and forth with SEIU to finalize some of the details. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you. And it's my understanding that this has already been ratified.
Yes, SEIU notified us yesterday in the afternoon that all 6 groups have ratified the contracts.
That's really excellent news. So again, thank you to everyone involved, including all of our employees.
Thank you.
And Madam Chair and board members, I thank this board for your patience with the county's labor team. I really appreciate your advice and guidance during this process and compromise. And so thank you for that.
Thank you. Okay, so Supervisor Patty?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question. And what percentage of our labor force is now in contract? I know that we had an 80-something% out of contract. Could anybody address that?
So this is going to be a rough estimate. And Ms. Hopkins, please come up here and correct me if I'm wrong. We're probably close to 80% now, Supervisor Patty, upon this board's action today.
80% in contract?
Correct. After today's action. Roughly this SEIU agreement is probably close to 4,300 to 4,500 of our workforce.
Excellent. Large number, big accomplishment. And as Chair Millard said, we want to thank all the staff to get there and our employees in the county. You know, we work for you. I know that myself and Supervisor Villapudua have been out to the hospital, met many of the staff, and done a couple of lunches with them, and they appreciate our efforts and that we all got there collectively. So good job by all. Thank you.
Supervisor Villapudua?
Thank you, Chair. I just want to say great job, you and your team, for getting that deal done. I think it means a lot to the employees of our county, and I know it's tough, and congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we are, I will now entertain a motion to approve our consent calendar. That is items 1 through 29.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes.
My apologies, Madam Chair. Who made the second?
Supervisor Wynn. And the consent calendar is approved 5-0. Okay, now we're going to move on to our scheduled morning public hearing. We will conduct a public hearing to adopt amendments to the General Services Department, Division of Parks and Recreation fee schedule to be effective October 21st, 2020. We're going to have a presentation this morning. Welcome.
Good morning. Good morning, Madam Chair, Supervisors, Council, CAO Nino, Marcia Cunningham, Director of General Services, and with me today is Judy Vassbinder. She is our Park Administrator, and she will go through the presentation as it relates to the fee schedule we're presenting.
Good morning, Chair Miller and Board of Supervisors. Today, we're before you today is a public hearing to set the fee schedule for annual passes to Mickey Grove Zoo. Parks and Recreation Division is proposing to amend the current fee schedule to include Mickey Grove Zoo annual passes. Previously, annual memberships were purchased and managed through the Mickey Grove Zoological Society in accordance with the agreement between the county and the Zoological Society. The Mickey Grove Zoological Society's Board of Directors voted to terminate the agreement on July 21st, 2020, with an effective date of September 4th, 2020. So as we move forward, we would like to offer 4 types of annual passes: an individual pass for $20, a family pass, which includes 2 adults and 2 children, for $50. And for some of those families that need larger families, they can add a child pass at the reduced rate of $10. We also have a discounted rate for senior citizens over 65 and anyone in the active military for $15. And we will be charging for a replacement card. We have purchased we will be purchasing a card machine, so we can actually do these in-house, which is going to be a nice difference. Each annual pass will include 4 Mickey Grove Park parking passes, valid from 1 year of the date of the purchase of their annual pass, and 4 individual guest passes, which can, for Mickey Grove Zoo, for family and friends, that will also be valid for 1 year at the date of purchase. Previously, the Mickey Grove Zoological Society membership included parking into Mickey Grove Zoo, which we are no longer having them come into the zoo or into the park free. So that's why we are having the 4 passes for the Mickey Grove Zoo, or for the park, excuse me. So at this point in time, the recommendation would be to approve and adopt the Mickey Grove Zoo annual pass fee schedule and approve the amended Parks and Recreation fee schedule to include the Mickey Grove Zoo annual passes. Any questions?
Any questions from the board? Supervisor Patty?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. What's the annual fee, well, not annual fee, what's the fee schedule for a child? I mean, sometimes you went to Disneyland, it's children 6 and below are free.
Yeah, ours is actually under the age of 3 and under are free. So for a day to just come into the park is $3 for a child.
Okay. Do we keep track of how many kids, what's the revenue, even in total sales, what's the revenue that we get for people at entry of the zoo? Does it offset, is it significant?
Well, unfortunately, with working with the Zoological Society on their membership base, their records aren't specifically very clear on that. What I did do, though, is I took the rolling 12 of the information that was provided to me, and last year, with COVID numbers in there, so they are a little skewed, was about $14,000. The majority of those were family passes in some capacity, either it be a family of 4, or they had a different schedule set up where they had like grandparents with children. So it was basically grandparent and children, and that was the bulk of their passes. So that is one of the reasons why I wanted to add a child at a reduced rate for some of those people that have a larger, because we know that, not everybody has 2 children. But the majority are going to be the family passes.
Okay, I'm just wondering if other zoos, I'm wondering if like 5 and below is for free or something.
I actually did do a lot of research, and that is part of your board. I didn't probably include the age range of children, and I think they varied anywhere from 2 to 5, and ours is 3.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Supervisor Wynn?
For clarification on the guest passes, those are 4 passes that can be used for every visit?
It's 4 individual passes. They will give, so if you have, and this is my thought when we were going through this and seeing other people's, you have a bunch of family that came over for Thanksgiving and they want to go to the zoo. So you can take your family, you have your family pass and a couple of extra kids. So it's just very specific individual passes, and once they are used, they're done. So it's a single day individual guest pass.
Okay, so it's not for each visit. It's just
no. It's a single use. Correct.
Okay,
it's a single use.
Okay. In regards to the family, it says adults. Would that include 2 grandparents and 2 children or
yes.
grandchildren?
Yes.
Okay, so
we do not designate what a family unit is.
Okay. And then if a family had a 14-year-old, then they would have to purchase an individual pass. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. They couldn't be added as a child, obviously.
Correct, because our child rates go up to it's 3 to 13.
Okay. Good. Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions? Supervisor Elliott.
Thank you, Chair. So I understand the need for the fees. You indicated in the board letter that this will assist the Parks and Recreation Division in recovery of costs to provide the services. So my question is, are the fees limited to the amount required to provide the services for which they are charged?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. I like the idea of adding the pass into the Mickey Grove annual pass. I think that's great. I think for a lot of folks that would like to go out to Mickey Grove on more than one occasion, but maybe only make one trip to the zoo a year, this is a really nice add-on, and I think it will increase the annual membership. So I think this is a great idea. Okay, I am going to open the public hearing, and I'm going to ask the clerk of the board if we have received any public comments, and if so, to please read them into the record.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have not received any comments for this item.
Okay, then I'm going to close the public hearing and ask board members if you have any final comments, and if not, I'm going to call for a motion in a second.
Make a motion to approve.
Motion to approve, thank you.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes. That is approved 5-0.
Thank you, Supervisors.
Thank you. Okay, now we're going to move on to our discussion item, which was added today by board action. And we are going to receive a briefing from our registrar of voters. We also have Mr. Chris Cruz here, our ISD director, to provide any additional information if the board may have some questions. And we also have our CAO and county council on standby. So I think I'm going to basically turn this over to Ms. Dubroff and Mr. Cruz for an overview of this item, which is basically going to include a review of our November 3rd election process, the status, and maybe answer some of the questions that have been brought forward by Supervisor Patty.
Terrific, thank you. Members of the board, Chair Monica Nino. My name is Melinda Dubroff. I'm the Registrar of Voters for San Joaquin County, and I appreciate this opportunity to speak with the board and have this platform for the public to learn more about this election and get clarifications to the public about the different activities in this election. So I've already spoken to the board about the new process for this election, where all registered voters are mailed a vote-by-mail ballot. They were mailed on October 5th, and through the extraordinary work of the U.S. Postal Service, many of our voters actually received their vote-by-mail ballot on October 5th. In fact, most of our San Joaquin County registered voters received that ballot within 3 days. And one question that came up is for voters who received that official vote-by-mail ballot, not receiving the sample ballot and voter information pamphlet ahead of the official ballot. So that is one question that I've gotten from the voter hotline and things like that. So I appreciate this opportunity. Normally, the sample ballot pamphlets can start to be mailed 11 days before the official ballot is mailed. And in this election, we started mailing them the day after the vote-by-mail ballots were mailed. And typically, the ballots that voters get their sample ballot and voter information pamphlet on a flow basis, because we mail it out by ballot type, because the pamphlets require specific ballots and candidate statements, sample ballots within the pamphlet, and candidate statements. It's a more complex mailing, and it goes out by ballot type. So it goes out on a flow basis. We made the statutory deadline of getting all of the pamphlets out prior to the October 13th deadline. But voters are not used to receiving that official ballot prior to getting the voter information. And so that was a big question for people. Where's my pamphlet? There were several factors that contributed to this. First, the model of this election has changed. We needed to find, we ended up finding 34 voter service centers to replace our traditional neighborhood polling places. They have very different requirements than our previous model of traditional neighborhood polling places. We needed to find the 27, now we're at 27 official ballot drop boxes, and putting those that infrastructure into place within just a couple of months whereas other counties have had, who have moved to this new model, they had a year to put that together. So we were very close up to printing deadlines to get those pamphlets out, just in preparing for the vote by mail and vote center election. The final public review period for the voter service centers and the drop boxes was concluded on September 13th. And as a result of that public review, we added 3 more ballot drop boxes. So now we're up to 27. So it wasn't feasible to begin that mailing at September 24th. Another major contributor to voters receiving that official ballot prior to the pamphlet was the situation that we encountered with the San Joaquin Delta Community College District. They performed a redistricting of the college district from an at-large college district where a candidate runs for election for the entire district, all the voters in the district. They moved to trustee areas, and they passed that change to the structure of their district in 2019, and did not share that with our office. And we actually found out about it after the opening of, or we confirmed this after the opening of the candidate filing period. And we, in a 2-week period, we put together the changes to this college district into trustee areas. A district who makes that kind of change would generally give the registrar and the county the information as soon as they pass the resolution to change their districts. But we made these changes, and they delayed the building of the official ballot. And when I say building, I mean the layout and the precinct district associations. And we can't send out that sample ballot pamphlet until we know the precinct district associations, make those changes, and have a sample of the official ballot to put in the pamphlet. So the next step in defining our precincts and districts is to build the ballot. And again, that process was pushed much closer to our printing deadlines than we had scheduled in our project plan and planned on. And that's why the sample ballot pamphlet mailing began much later than it normally would. And I gotta say, I'm not happy with it. Voters aren't happy with it. People this election want to vote early, more than any other election I've seen. In fact, already 10% of our population has cast a ballot, already. And people wanted to get that information about the local candidates in their hands. Yes, we had it online. We've had the candidate statements on our website since they actually put them in, submitted them during the candidate filing period. They've been up for public review. But voters want it in their hands, and not everybody has access to the internet. So there's a lot more on the ballot than just the first couple of items at the top of the ticket. And it's in the county pamphlet where voters can see the candidate statements and information. So that was a difficult circumstance, a series of circumstances. the information is on our website now. There's several ways to access it on our website. And if voters still haven't received their pamphlet, they could go to the website, but I'm always very aware of the digital divide, and I want to encourage people to call our office, and we'll mail another pamphlet to them. Sometimes it's just like with vote-by-mail ballots. Not everybody has a good mailing address. Not everybody's housemate gives them their mail. So call our office, and we'll send out the pamphlet or the ballot, whatever it is that the voter needs to make their voice heard.
I was just going to encourage you to move through some of the other
Yes,
items.
in looking at the other items, in the letter, missing statement of qualifications, all of the statements of qualifications of candidates that were submitted to by the deadline for publication in the pamphlet were in the pamphlet. So no one's candidate statement is missing.
And what was the deadline for submitting those?
The deadline to
submit a candidate statement and pay for your estimated?
August 7th.
August 7th. So this has been clearly out there, and the statements have been on your website since then?
The statements have been on our website since August 7th.
So any candidates were aware by August 7th?
So yes, so August 7th was the deadline. Candidates were aware of that deadline well before August 7th. The candidate filing period began on July 10th. And then for candidates that are in a contest that's a runoff, we made, and this would be for any of the top two voter-nominated offices, states assembly, state senate. We made a call to those candidates on July 16th to remind them that there's this extra step if they want to put their statement in the pamphlet, because as a part of being in a runoff, they don't. It's a different process than filing for office for the first time. So we called all of those candidates on July 16 to remind them of the August 7th deadline. So anyone who wants to turn in a statement needs to do it by the deadline. In this letter, there's a mention of ballot language for candidate was printed only in Spanish, and I'm very grateful to have the opportunity to clarify this. We had first of all, that is not the case. What happened was, in one of the pamphlets, the sample of the English language ballot that's inside the English section was actually in Spanish. Just the sample of the ballot. So in the English section, all of the information about the candidates and the information about pandemic precautions at voter service centers, things like that, that was all in English, in the English section. So there was I would call that a misprint, and that was something that the vendor corrected. There were 5,790 voters that were mailed a second pamphlet that contained the English version of the ballot in the English section to replace the Spanish one. Another item in this letter, threats coming in from candidates to have class action lawsuit against the county for taking money and missing candidate listing. I am not aware of any candidate that's listing was missing. Like I said, all the statements that were submitted on time were in the pamphlet. To get the statement in the pamphlet, the candidates need to provide a deposit for our estimate of the cost of the mailing and printing of their statement in the pamphlet. And this actually comes back to one of the issues with the Delta Community College District. When we prepared for the election in anticipation of an at-large election, our estimate for the printing of the statement for a candidate it's almost all countywide was $15,000 plus, $15,200. Once we got the information about there being 7 new trustee areas, they're much smaller areas, the cost of printing the statement for one of those trustee areas was a little more than $2,700. So the candidates do have to pay that cost estimate. After the election, it may turn out that we had an explosion in registered voters from the time that we made these estimates, that there were many more to print and mail. And I must say that we have had a significant increase in registered voters from the time that we made those estimates. Right now, we're at 358,000 registered voters. And just a few months ago, we were at 334. And and the fact that our percentages of return ballots are up, I'm anticipating a very high turnout this election. But let me get back to the memo. Past election issues with ballots mixed with blank ballots discovered upon the recount. And I must say this is something we talked about previously. When we received the ballots, the voted ballots back from the polling places in the March primary, the poll workers are instructed to place voted ballots in a ballot transfer box. And in this case, the poll workers inadvertently I'm assuming, put these voted ballots in with the unvoted ballots. And in the course of our canvass, prior to certification, our procedures are to go through all of the election materials. Those voted ballots, 21 of them, were missed among the blank, unvoted ballots that were returned by the poll workers. And that was a mistake, human mistake, in not finding those. It is in our procedures to go through the election materials. And between the March election and today, and in preparation for the November election, I can assure you we have taken a very robust look at our policies, our procedures, and making sure that line staff are very clear about the tasks of the canvass, including better documentation, fuller documentation about the canvass, and reviewing these election materials, but also at a more line staff level, checklists to make sure that it's not just the folks in the office that know the procedures, but everyone in the warehouse is clear on reviewing all the materials from the poll workers. In this election, with the differences with polling places moving to voter service centers, we've had to completely create a new set of procedures in addition to what we've done to ensure the chain of custody and the tracking of the ballots, because it's not coming from the 200-300 polling places anymore where they just have one ballot type for the assigned voters. At the 34 voter service centers, we're going to have much more equipment and many more ballot styles available. So in addition to analyzing and taking our lessons learned from the 21 ballots that were in among the blank ballots, in addition to updating our procedures for that kind of an election model, we created new procedures for this one, and really taking that to heart about having, again, a lesson learned. Procedures at the supervisor level, but job aids and checklists for line staff. The final bullet point here, misinformation given to voters when calling the ROV. In the last, that's really not specific enough for me to address, the voter and the misinformation. Some calls do get escalated to me when I speak to voters every week to kind of go through their particular issues. In the last week, we've had over 3,000 phone calls through the voter hotline, which fortunately we had the support from ISD and the CAO to stand up. Over the weekend, we stood up an additional 12-person voter hotline to take care of kind of the tier 1 calls that are coming in. Yesterday, in one day, we received more than 1,000 calls. So if a voter was given misinformation, it doesn't matter how many calls that we would get in one day. Each call matters, and the voter should get the correct information. So I would very much like to follow up with that voter. Our staff are trained. The newer staff with Tier 1, they're looking up information online. They have a script. So I would want to go deeper into that one. I'm not sure there are any other bullet point items for me to address, but I'm happy to go through any more issues beyond what's on this letter, because it's so important that the public is able to hear the facts from the county and not rumors.
Right. I'm hoping you can give us a little more detail on the one Delta College race where 2 precincts were left off the ballot. So,
yes.
Because all of us, I think, in
Yes.
Stockton have received some messages about that. Why did this happen? How did it happen? Has it been corrected? Are there other problems? So I think we should touch on that.
Yeah, thank you. I didn't see that on here. So thank you. As a part of putting together the election for the Delta Community College District, going from the at-large to the 7 trustee areas, we go through a process where we make the changes in our voter registration system and verify them against the county's GIS information, geographic information systems. So there's an automated process there, spatial analysis. There were 2 voting precincts where we did not properly associate the trustee area with those voting precincts. And so in that original October 5th mailing, 2,265 voters did not have on their ballot Community College Trustee Area 2. It was brought to our attention the very day the ballots went off, again with the post office. We mailed the ballots on the 5th. I received an email at 11 o'clock at night on the 5th from a candidate. Where's my name on the ballot? Well, none of the names for that race were on the ballot for those 2 precincts. And so what we did is we alerted the voters via information on our website, a robocall made the English part by me personally to let them know what was going on, an email. Now, not everybody has access to the web or has given us a phone number or provided email, but the information was, but a replacement ballot was mailed to them containing the correct combination of contests that they were eligible for. And so the replacement ballot was accompanied by a letter indicating how this would be handled. Because like I said, so many people are voting early that in this case, we have not received many of those original ballots, but I think that's because the word got out. But it's important that if anyone had already cast that original ballot that was missing the proper candidate, it's not just a candidate, it's the entire contest. I want to be clear about that. If we receive that original ballot, we're going to hold it in abeyance to give the voter an opportunity to vote their replacement ballot. And we will, up until the deadline that we can count vote-by-mail ballots, where if a voter returns that replacement ballot, we'll void the original and we'll count that replacement. The instructions to the voters are enclosed in with the with that vote-by-mail ballot. And at the end of, if a voter hasn't returned the replacement ballot by October 23rd, we're going to mail a postcard to that voter, because some voters aren't going to want to even open a second ballot that comes their way. We put on the front of the envelope corrected ballot inside in both English and Spanish. And but a voter, I've heard of voters, they get a second ballot, they've already voted, they're not going to look at it. So that's why we're following up with a postcard. And like I said, it's not just a couple of contests on the ballot that people need to be concerned about. So we want to be sure that the voters are informed about their eligibility to vote on trustee area 2. The trustee areas are tricky, and they're new. Some voters are wondering why it's not on their ballot. Well, in fact, they don't live in trustee area 2. So we've had a number of calls about that as well. If a voter never returns a replacement ballot with the contest on it, or at least if they don't return it this election, then we'll count that original ballot. So that every voter, you know, if they've cast the ballot and either they're unaware of the situation or they didn't care to vote, you know, on a new ballot, they were happy with what they sent in, we will count that original ballot. So every voter that casts a ballot, we will verify their signature and count one and only one ballot. Some voters would be concerned about turning in a replacement ballot. I mean, that's exactly what you're not supposed to vote more than once. And in the instructions, in the information that we're providing on the voter hotline, we make it clear that we want the voter to have the opportunity to cast their ballot, have their voice heard on everything they're eligible for.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Cruz, do you want to add anything to this, or you want to just wait and see if there's any questions to field?
No, I just actually, wanted to re-articulate, I think, what Ms. Druboff's doing in terms of having contingency planning in place and effectively mitigating these issues. We're doing. I mean, operationally, we have a 27,000-line work plan that's comprehensive to this new election that we're walking through. We have a project manager in Ms. Druboff's office that works with her on a daily basis to go through tasks and roles and responsibilities. So we're managing the expectations and pertinent deliverables to make sure the operational components of this election are successfully executed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the board? Supervisor Wynn?
A couple of questions. You touched upon the 21 ballots that were mishandled. Were they eventually counted in the final certification count?
They were not. They were not included in the certification because they weren't found until the recount that occurred after certification. And the recount was not continued to include a recertification of results. So had the recount continued and there needed to be a recertification in Assembly District 13, then of course they would have been included. But the person requesting the recount or the requestor didn't conclude the recount. They withdrew before all the ballots could be included.
Do you have any idea how those 21 ballots, how they went as far as who they voted for? Were they ever opened to determine, who they favored, for example?
Yes, we did a count of those when we received them. I need to review the exact count. I don't have the number. The requestor of the recount certainly didn't get the majority of those votes. Of the recount that we had achieved during of the ballot counting that was completed during the recount, there was no change to the outcome of the election. So the 21 ballots that were in the warehouse prior to certification, had they been included, it would not have changed the outcome. Those 21 ballots would have not changed the outcome.
But just to be clear, Melinda, all those ballots were counted in the recount effort.
In the recount.
Yeah.
But there was no recertification of that contest because the recount wasn't concluded. The requestor withdrew. There was no change to the outcome of the results of that election as a result of those 21 ballots.
Okay. So
Was that clear enough, Supervisor Wynn?
what's that?
Was that clear enough?
Yeah.
Let's see if I can say it, and you guys correct me.
Sorry.
That's okay, because I'm sitting here and I'm thinking, okay, let's just see if I might even be able to make it more simplistic. So what I'm hearing is that these 21 ballots that were found were included in the recount.
Thank you.
So they were included in the recount that particular individual paid for. So they were included, but we did not bring, when we brought our vote count to the board for certification, those 21 ballots were not included.
That's correct. They were included in the recount.
Because
not
the
in
recount
certified
took
results.
place after the board certified the election.
Well, I understand that.
Is that okay?
And I got it. I guess.
And the 20.
Go ahead.
And the 21 ballots, the counting of those did not change the outcome of the results of the election during the recount. Does that make sense?
The reason I raised the question, it wasn't just a curiosity in regards to what happened to them, but when you've shared, what's occurred based upon some of the questions that you've been asked, you have talked about procedures. And the reason I bring that up is I think in regard to maybe the suspicions this year nationally, not just here, in regards to, voting and ballots and all these things, I think that the main concern is that they don't want the registrar of voters, for example, kind of winging it, just kind of do it on the fly. And I understand based upon what you shared as far as some of the challenges that you've faced, and I guess so. Again, I'm most concerned about that we're following rules the procedures that you've established, as opposed to saying, well, maybe we'll do it this way, because whenever you do that, it's a train wreck, because, you know, how you decide that, no matter which way you go, somebody's not going to be happy. So as long as you follow the rules, you can't blame anybody, because that's what's established and that's what's been followed. So that's my first point. The second point in I guess, question is, in regards to the pamphlets and the ballots that went out. I understand the complexity, certainly with Delta College not notifying the registrar of voters as to their new process, which I know is a big deal. And all of us up here have filed, you know, our own candidacies and candidate statements and all those things. So I think we're all fairly familiar with the process. One of which is, and I guess I have to appreciate, you know, members of the registrar of voters in the past, because they've been very good at guiding me as an amateur, so to speak, because it's not my profession per se, and making sure that I do things that I'm supposed to do, whether it be the limit and the number of words, the costs, the deadlines. Absolutely, that's embedded in my brain, in my campaign staff, et cetera. So we all get that. But in regards to the complexity as far as the information pamphlets that went out, as opposed to the ballots, which are on two different tracks because it's two different processes, would it have been more, and I don't want to second guess because I'm not there where you are and I haven't done what you've done. But I guess the question, would it have been possible or feasible to make sure that before the ballots were sent out, that all the pamphlets were sent out first, to make sure that there wasn't a jump the gun, so to speak, in regards to the ballots and the information? Because I've talked to one of the candidates who was concerned because it was very important for him in his election. So again, would that have been possible? And I guess my question for the future is, would that be more appropriate in the future to make sure that we get the information out before we send the ballots out?
The answer is yes. We could have held on to those official ballots until the pamphlets were out. The pamphlets, like I said, go out on a flow basis over the course of like it was a 8-day period. So I'm just not comfortable being selective at all about holding back official ballots to the voters. I wouldn't want to hold back. I want to get those official ballots to the voters as soon as possible. So some counties did wait to send out the official ballot until their printers of the booklets could catch up. I don't know if even county council would approve of doing that, but another county did. I think the key is to get the pamphlet ready ahead of time, and you know, like I said, our schedule had us doing so in this election, and it was, you know, blown out of the water for these other factors. But I think the goal is not to hold back the official vote by mail ballots, but get the pamphlets into people's hands sooner. You know, there have been some talk statewide about changing the timing on these things so that does happen. But that would need to be supported by legislation at the state level to put these on a similar timeline, give us the leeway to put them on the same timeline. Because, you know, we don't make things up on the fly. Our procedures are based on elections code, And so in this case, like you said, they're kind of two separate processes. But I think it would be extremely helpful to get them the official vote by mail ballot and the sample ballot pamphlet at the same time. And the key is to getting that pamphlet out earlier than we did.
Well, I would agree, and I mean, obviously there's two ways. There's one, when you get all the information pamphlets printed and sent, you send out the ballots, or when you have a pamphlet for a particular district or precinct, you send it out with the ballot, maybe the ballot a day later, I don't know. And I understand that takes some activity in regards to documenting or following that. But I guess from my vantage point, it's always better to learn from. And the thing is that we wouldn't have this conversation if that hadn't happened. And I'm not being critical. I'm just saying, you know, I'm looking for future elections and the way that we can avert some of these concerns, because everything that happens, people are very suspicious that there's some, you know, underlying reason to advantage one side or the other. And that's why I go back to the issue in regards to process. As long as we follow the process and don't make decisions based upon, you know, our personal opinions or feelings or whatever, that's where we get killed. So again, but thank you for that response.
I also would just like to say, as a candidate who did pay attention to the deadlines, did answer and did submit payment on time, it was really disappointing. I received my sample ballot after I had voted, and so I was well aware of the fact that many people did not receive the opportunity to read the candidate statement that I had paid a lot of money to include before they cast their ballots, because they were very concerned about voting early in this election. So I agree with you, though. That's not necessarily because there was a big problem with the process that we followed. I do believe, though, it should be addressed, and those sample ballots should be, the timeline, I do believe, should be set so that that process of mailing those sample ballots is completed before the deadline or the beginning of mailing those official ballots, so that there would be a guarantee that every single voter who is going to get a ballot would have the opportunity to read through those local measures and read the qualifications for the candidates and have the opportunity to digest that information before their vote. So I agree with Supervisor Wynn. It would be a good thing going forward.
I would definitely agree that that's the most desired outcome, and definitely I will take that and work with our county council to be sure that we can hold back the vote by mail ballots if we're in a situation where we can't front load the pamphlets. And I would say, based on your suggestion, normally these get mailed out on a flow basis, and you know, some parts of the county get their pamphlets at one time, and you know, maybe 5 days later another part. Based on what you're saying, I'm thinking the best approach is to just do it all at once. Don't do a flow basis. Get everybody all at the same time. Send their voter pamphlets out all at the same time, so there's no question, you know, that my mom got hers and I didn't. And we time the pamphlet mailing prior to the ballot mailing, and we do that all at the same time instead of that rolling flow basis. Because based on what you're saying, I think the both issues could come into play. But I will check with county council to make sure about if we had to delay the official ballots, would that be legal? And certainly that the ballots are out this election, so we're talking about future elections, and the elections code may change between now and then, so we'd want to get the most updated information. We are not the only county that was in this situation, and I've seen some postings in completely other areas where state legislators are talking about this kind of election reform.
Great, thank you. Any other questions? Supervisor Elliott?
Thank you, Chair. Is my request to speak button working today?
What's happening is I get a request to speak, but it doesn't tell me who is requesting to speak. So that's why I'm trying to poll the board as we go.
I see, okay. All right, I have several questions. I mean, we've talked about this issue of timing of the ballots and then the ballot informational material. It's still not clear to me why, if the ballots were able to be delivered in a timely fashion, the ballot information material couldn't be delivered in at least as timely a fashion as that. From personal experience, I got my ballot some time ago, and unless I missed it, I still haven't received any voter pamphlets by mail. Now, I did get them because I hadn't gotten them in the mail, but I still don't have it delivered by mail. So it's still not, from what you've told me, it's still not clear to me how there is some problem with getting that voter informational material into the mail, at least as quickly as we get the ballots in the mail.
Okay. So two parts to that question. One is you still haven't received your voter information pamphlet. And I
have, but I didn't get it in the mail.
That's the thing, not through the mail. So I need to look into that, not just for you specifically, but for anybody in your area that might share that ballot type. And to your question about why why the pamphlets are not getting to the voters at least as quickly as the official ballots do. And the official ballots, the ballots are laid out and printed. They are, it's one task to print them. It's a ballot in an envelope with an informational insert with a return envelope. And they're all brought to the post office for the voters that are registered at that time, all on the same day. The pamphlets have, they're a different type of mailing. They need, the covers need to be printed, they need to be bound. Physically, it's a different type of mail piece. But it's the contents where you've got to match up to make sure that all of the candidate statements and information about the measures match what's on the ballot. And there's a more extensive proofreading process and procedures to make sure that if you live in Tracy, you're not getting candidate information from candidates in Lodi. We want it specific to the ballot you're eligible to vote on. So bottom line, the pamphlet is a more complex mail piece, a more complex document, and it takes longer to produce.
Well, I understand that, but if we know that from the get-go, then why don't we start sooner on that?
So the deadlines are very specific about the candidate filing. So we can't start any sooner than we know which contests have been go to the ballot and which precincts are going to which ballot types. They're called ballot types. The different combinations of contests that a voter can vote on. So there's a series of code-driven deadlines, that we're not in a position to rush or change. And the candidates have a deadline. The propositions that appear on the ballot, we have to wait until we get the information from the state of the exact wording that they have approved to go on to the ballot. So we start as soon as the statutes allow. There's some of this stuff you think, well, why didn't we start in May on this? Well, the information just isn't available to start sooner.
All right. I had received some communications where there was a concern about apparently people assisting with the election process that apparently were out-of-state people. So this question is, are we hiring people from out of state to assist with the election? And what vetting do we do to our election workers to ensure that they're properly trained, they're properly qualified, and that we can ensure that they're following the procedures that we have?
So I had heard about that rumor as well and looked into it. We have rented vehicles from Enterprise Rent-A-Car, and some of those cars have out-of-state license plates. And I believe that is where the rumor started, that we have 5 teams of 2 people going around every day to pick up ballots from the official ballot drop boxes, and they're using Enterprise rental cars. So I think that's where the rumor began. To your question about employees, we get our employees through the civil service process of posting a recruitment on the county website. We hire elections for the temporary purpose, for the purposes of temporary workers in this election. The classifications of elections technician, technician trainee, and technician assistant, and they are vetted through the process through human resources. In this election, we implemented background check for our newest employees. This is, a proactive step that we're taking as a pilot program, thanks to the CAO working with HR on that. We also get our temporary employees through temporary agencies. We work with 3 different temporary agencies, and I know some of them perform their own background checks on those staff. Sometimes we have returning staff. Well, we have returning staff. Many long-term temporary employees coming back year after year. The place of residence of the employee is not part of the hiring. Asking about where they live is not part of the hiring process. But everyone who's working for the county and the ROV certainly is residing locally in order to come to work every day. They're not out of state. I believe that is having to do with the license plates.
All right. So you're confident that that our election workforce is adequately trained, adequately qualified, and have all of the prerequisites necessary to do their job appropriately and in accordance with the procedures that we put out?
Yes, I am confident.
All right. Also, a county resident made a comment about how news outlets are already reporting on the number of early ballots returned by party preference. So I'm just curious, how do they know that? Is there any kind of indicator on the envelope that one could determine what party the person was who cast that ballot?
No, there's no indication on an envelope itself to know if that voter is affiliated with a political party. In fact, we went back and purposefully took, as a part of our planning stages for this election, we went back and took that information off of the printing requirements so that would not be there. Certain election reports are available for the public or particularly for political purposes, for election purposes, journalistic purposes. And we do have a report that a journalist could request that would show them the number of ballots issued and the number of ballots returned by party breakdown. So if they heard it in the media, that is guaranteed. That's where the journalist got the information. Certainly not. That's an aggregated number, total number. It is not to do with an individual person's ballot envelope.
Okay, so that information would come through what type of an application?
There's a voter data request information. Let's see. There's a form to complete to request confidential voter data like residents, phone numbers, and contacts. This form is just to request this general report. So you don't have to provide like your driver's license number to obtain this particular report.
But that comes to your office, this form? Or does it go to the Secretary of State's office? Or?
It's a form that we provide just so we know who's asking for this report. So the data that you're referring to, I don't know if it's statewide data or county data. From the county data's perspective, and that's all I can really address, is we have a report in our voter registration system that we can run that shows how many San Joaquin County voters have already cast a ballot. And there's a breakdown by party. So you don't have to have special qualifications to ask for that report because it's an aggregated report, not showing confidential data. So.
Okay, great. Okay, so I think what's come out, the most important takeaway so far today on this is, I mean, we all agree that people the citizens of the county need confidence in that the elections are going to be carried out with integrity and that they can trust the results and that it was carried out fairly to all. But in order to ensure that we instill that level of confidence in the people, we need to get the voter information out early so that they at least have that. I mean, yeah, you can go online if you're able. You can ask your neighbor, whatever. But we need to give them the official information in a timely way so that they can cast their ballots in a responsible manner.
Yes.
So I think that's the big takeaway. We need to make sure that we've got procedures in place next time so that we can get that voter information out in a timely fashion so that it can be used by the voters so that they don't have to sit there holding their ballot until they get some type of information that they can use for their personal research.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Patty?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Melinda, for being here, Mr. Broff. I'm not on this ballot. I'm not in any capacity involved in this election other than being really an observer. And, we as a board have the responsibility to review some of these complaints, some of these issues, and I appreciate you being here to address them. Obviously, it's your job, and we're here depending on you for a great election result and fairness in our county. That's what the public's expecting. This election's probably going to go down as one of the more interesting and monumental elections and important elections in our time, and we want to make sure that things are being done properly all around. I have a couple questions, a couple follow-up things for some clarity. The Delta trustee filings, were they done on time? There's a time you had to be there, you had to pay money in order to qualify to be on the ballot. Was that done on time, or were they late?
The candidates for
Delta trustees?
They were on time.
They were on time, okay. And was the state late in providing the information for the propositions and the information, as you mentioned, you were answering Supervisor Elliott's question, and obviously there's a lot of information that gets put into that pamphlet. Was the state late in sending out their information?
Oh, the statewide voter information guide, I can't speak to if they were late or not. I know they started as soon as they were able, but I don't know. I could look into that.
Okay, I was just curious because you had cited there's information that you depend on from the state.
Oh, you mean the language of the propositions that would go onto the official ballot?
Official ballot, or the ballot, the sample ballots, or the pamphlets that are sent out, the voter pamphlets?
Okay, the English information that would appear on the actual official ballot was certainly on time. I would need to review the information received from the Secretary of State to confirm the Spanish and the other languages. And to make the distinction between on time versus by a deadline. So I would need to look into those exact times. Certainly it was in time for us coming from the Secretary of State, which I think is the heart of your question.
Sure, it is.
Yeah.
And so there's still a cloud of question to me that hasn't been fully addressed. As Supervisor Elliott pointed out, why were we late sending out those voter pamphlets? I got mine just at the end of last week, and two weeks into it. That's part of what the lawsuits are. You've got candidates, several of them, saying, I've paid money in, and 10% of the people have voted within the first week. That's 35,000 votes within our county. So to have information that they've paid that should have been in the hands of the voter when they're making decisions for those that are studious and want to be careful of who they're voting for, and these ballot statements are of paramount importance, your final message, and sometimes the only message that somebody may receive about you. And we're late in getting that out. I just don't see I don't understand a viable excuse or reason for that to have happened.
Okay. First of all, you mentioned a lawsuit. I'm not aware of any lawsuits related to the pamphlet.
It's being talked about as possible.
Oh.
The candidates are talking about they may want to sue the county, or they may want a refund on the money they paid because it was late, and to them it kind of defeated the purpose of why they paid the money.
Oh, okay. I would refer anything regarding litigation to county council. But to your question about why the pamphlets were not sent out on the first day we possibly could send them out, I would go back to what I stated earlier about getting the information for the official ballot, that it makes up not only part of the content of the pamphlet, but really sets forth all the ballot types and combination of contests that need to be included in the pamphlet. So there was a delay in the official ballot component of the sample ballot and voter information pamphlet, and then providing the information and details about how this election will be conducted, the addresses of voter service centers and official ballot drop boxes. As I mentioned, the public review period for the official ballot drop boxes was mid-September, and the first possible date we could have mailed out the pamphlets was just a week later. Based on the challenges that we faced to put together the pamphlet. It was not feasible to get the pamphlet out and all of the pamphlets out prior to the mailing.
Understood. Thank you. Appreciate a little more clarity. Just the information was too late in coming to you, and you guys weren't able to process it and get it printed.
Some of it was late, and yeah, the information, yes. But I would not want to place blame broadly. It's our job to get the information to the voters, and I definitely want to take the feedback from the supervisors and make some changes in getting the voter information out prior to the ballot. So, to your point,
would it have been a staffing issue to, next time you could staff up additional personnel to accomplish a certain timeline, so that it's done in a manner that, of course, we wouldn't want people voting, nor 10% of the voting, which is normal. We get a large percentage vote right when they receive their ballots. So was it a staffing issue, or was it just purely a late reception of the information that needed to be included?
I definitely appreciate that question. I would say in response to the assistance that we've needed in ROV, we've gotten help from ISD in many ways. And I think whether it's additional staff time from ISD to help us getting information on the website, but particularly performing these GIS analyses. We got some extra assistance from CDD in helping us really look at the scope of the issue in TA2. So I think broadening the assistance that we've from other county departments has helped. We've brought in, as Director Cruz mentioned, a project manager specifically for the election, an operations manager specifically for this election. So we have staffed up, and I think we need to look at, again, a lesson learned, bringing this in more proactively earlier in the process. CDD and some help from ISD, we're coming in to help us solve the problem. And I think going forward, you're absolutely right, staffing up so we don't have a problem.
Okay, question for you. What's a zebra report?
The zebra report.
That's the internal talk. So somebody's told me, said, are we in the county doing, when you talk about you getting late information, were we able to do a zebra report? Because that's where you dot the I's and cross the T's.
Yes, that's great. That's really inside jargon there, inside baseball jargon. The zebra report is the colloquial term for our contest to ballot type cross-reference. And it's a spreadsheet with lots of rows, and so we color the rows every other row, and when you print it out on black and white, it looks like a zebra. So I don't know that any other county has a zebra report, but we all have ballot type to contest to candidate cross-references. And really, that is a report that is the basis of putting together the pamphlet and all of its components, putting together the official ballot. And to clarify, this is not a spreadsheet that we just sort of make up and type in. This is an export that comes out of our system that is proofread, and we just format it into a spreadsheet. So just to clarify the point of not making things up as you go along, it's a data export. And it is fundamental to the number of pages in a pamphlet. If it's not divisible by 8, if the number of pages isn't divisible by 8, the Zebra reports helps us build the matrix that tells us how many extra filler pages there needs to be. When we do logic and accuracy testing, we take that base Zebra and we look to see which ballot types can be representative for testing of a contest. We take that base zebra as a part of our post-election manual tally of 1% of the precincts. So you definitely hit one of my favorite reports.
So did we do a zebra report in this in this upcoming election?
Yes.
And if our Delta trustees met their timeline of when they needed to submit information and qualify for the ballot, how did we leave them off the zebra report, or how did we leave them off the ballot?
In conducting the precinct district associations with the base data that generates that report, we erred in not connecting the trustee area 2 with those 2 precincts. I wouldn't call it a typo because it's not like you're sitting there typing anything. When we made those associations in our database and then exported that cross-reference, that contest was left out for those precincts.
So you mentioned we erred, but prior you had said Delta College didn't get you information on time. So
I was referring to when you get that information. Well, their information, the original maps, we needed to get clearer and clearer maps, but the error was made in taking their data and putting it into our voter registration system. So the association of the trustee area was not made with those 2 precincts. And that is from within the election management and voter registration database system. So
our responsibility, or Delta College was late? Because earlier you said Delta College didn't bring you the information on time, and it made it very difficult for you guys to really basically do your job.
Well, I don't want to conflate those 2 things, Supervisor Patty. They give us the information. Mm-hmm. They had it in 2019. We received it after the candidate filing period had opened. And we needed to put that data into the voter registration database. We had all of that data. We did not correctly associate the contest with the voting precinct.
So it's an internal error. It wasn't a Delta College error.
No, no other entity touches our voter registration database.
Okay.
So the data that was provided at the time that they provided it, they're responsible for that data, and then we're responsible for applying the data to the voters' records. So, correct. The lateness of providing the information, something we would normally have had 2-3 months to process. Yes, that I'm sure was a factor, but the error was made in our registration database. No other entity has access to that.
Okay, and that's I think one of the roots of why we're having discussions today is like, what's going on, what's wrong. I know some people that work in the office, and they've told me things are sloppy. They said that we're not following internal procedure and process and procedure that have been completely laid out and identified, and just a flow chart. So there seems to be more than one issue that we're talking about, and that's why we as a board have agreed to discuss this, and that's why we're here. And this is not a personal anything. This is just our responsibility. Once or twice, 1 or 2 issues could be a little red flag, but I really believe we've got a real warning lights going off here that something's not right. There's more than one thing that's coming up, and as President Truman said, the buck stops here. So at what point is it a staff issue? Is it a printing issue? The misprint of the ballots that were all done, sample ballots were done in Spanish. That's a printing issue. I know when I go to a printer and they do 5,000, you said there's 5,000 in District 5 that were sent out in Spanish, and you said there's a printing issue. Well, I know I proof something before it gets approved for printing. So there's a lot going on, a lot of moving parts. I can only imagine the myriad of things that you guys handle. But if things are being done sloppy, if there's things that aren't being done with, following proper procedure, this is very concerning. I've got a letter today sent into me, an email sent into me from a candidate observer, and they're coming in, they're refused, they look in, there's no cameras for oversight and for monitoring. They're told when process is happening that there's nobody monitoring or that the monitors are on break. So every time they've come in, they're denied access to monitor the tallying and the process of what's going on. And there's a myriad of excuses for it. So again, here's another warning sign. That's another indication something doesn't seem to be organized or in place. And I'll go back to our last election, the primary. I'm just told yesterday, last night, somebody sent me an email about a federal lawsuit. This board, to the best of my knowledge, is I'm unaware of a federal lawsuit regarding the last election, but we've got some of the issues of contention, not notifying voters certain levels of information. And I don't know clarity. I have no idea what these issues are. I'm just found out these are some of the issues in a federal lawsuit. Not counting votes, not reconciling the ballots, not counting unused ballots, whatever that means, not following chain of custody or instructions, and again, another note of not following our own policies. So through the chair, I'll shift for a moment to County Council. Do we actually have a federal lawsuit against San Joaquin County? And if so, when are we supposed to know about it, and at what cost is this happening?
We have discussed those in closed session, Supervisor Patty.
I may have been absent. I don't recall it.
We have discussed there are two lawsuits. There's a state court lawsuit and there's a federal lawsuit. We have discussed both of those in closed session.
Okay.
And I'm happy to agendize those for the next meeting so we can have a further discussion of them.
Okay, very well. And can we share, do we have an idea of the cost of this, or is that a closed session issue?
I don't have that at my fingertips, but I'm happy to bring that into closed session.
Okay, thank you. I'd appreciate an update. But, to address these issues and look at some of these other issues going on, there's, for me, a question of this process and how it's being orchestrated and who's in charge. So I don't know how the rest of the board feels, but there's a lack of confidence right now. And I'm not in this election. I have nothing to gain out of this in any capacity. I'm just reviewing right now with this board the position we're in, and with you at the helm, and we've got a multitude of issues and concerns that have been brought up and discussed. Some of them are, again, we can have reason and justification for one, two, or several of them, but some of these are very concerning, and we're at a point where, yes, there are errors. And I've got staff that contacted me that I know that have said, it's very sloppy. There's not organization. We're not following proper procedure, and these are people that are experienced in San Joaquin County. And you may have different process or procedure, and there's a new way of doing things. I don't know. I'm not from your office. As I said, there's got to be a lot of moving parts. I can't imagine multitasking and the myriad of things going on and relying on staff to do what needs to be done. But I've got major concerns. So I don't know what to assure the public from this moment forward. We've addressed it. We know that there's errors. We know that there's lawsuits from the past primary election, and it just seems like things are, as I'm told, a little bit sloppy. I'd appreciate your comment back on that. And it's not, I'm not singling, this is not a personal anything. I like you. We're very congenial. I have no issues in any capacity about this election or anything else. I'm doing my job as a supervisor, as contacted by, I've got about 12 or 15 emails sent to me with different issues, including one of them that I can share with you later, the voter that was given wrong information and sent the wrong ballot on multiple occasions, I guess, in a complex she lives in, and talking to her neighbors. So I can share that information. It's Supervisor Miller district, actually, so they contacted me and Supervisor Miller.
Yeah, I would definitely very much appreciate getting that specific information. Descriptions of things that are general that somebody didn't get the right information on the phone or something was sloppy, are not as helpful for us to really identify what the issues are. But you do speak to, the general concerns that people have. And confidence in this process is so important. That people know that when they cast a ballot, it's being counted accurately. And I absolutely agree with that. I mean, not only do the members of this board, are advocates for that, but everyone in the county, particularly my office, is very clear about the need for fair, impartial, transparent elections that bring the confidence about the integrity of the process. And it has been discouraging where voters have, expressed concerns to the point that they distrust the system. And so I definitely want to clear those up, get the specifics about the person who came to observe. We have a tour that we provide. We welcome all observers and to come in at any time. They don't need to make an appointment. And our process about the observation, because this I think is kind of symbolizes the whole idea of transparency, that someone can come into the office and observe. So we provide the observers a tour of the office, and I've already done 2 or 3 of those. We had one come in today. We provide a tour of the office. Normally, we would then seat them at whatever process they wanted to observe. At this point in the COVID environment, we're putting the room occupancy capacity for the workers. We have to spread out. We're already, needing to fit into a small space. And what ISD has helped us with is tap into our security cameras within the ROV for a closed circuit viewing of all the activities. So first they take the tour, we tell them where the cameras are, and then we bring them into a larger room. This afternoon we're set up on the 4th floor. This morning we set up on the 1st floor, and we set it up daily, these closed circuit viewing areas. I think we might want to continue doing that in the future, where we take them, the observers to a room, because we've got 4 monitors with multiple screens in one place for the observer to see the entire process on these security cameras. And whereas before, they needed to sit in one room and just observe that one activity. Now they can watch ballot inspection, scanning, sorting, all at the same time on these screens. But we do have to take them down, the screens down each day. We don't want to leave our security cameras, live in an area that's not being monitored by an ROV staff. Which may be part of what the person experienced. I mean, again, I'd want to talk to that person specifically. It's hard to address without knowing the specifics. But anyway, the observation to me is a key to transparency. And because oftentimes the people who come to observe then, they tell a friend, and that friend tells a friend about this process. We frequently have public workshops about voter registration, candidate filing, and even one on the subject of election transparency and observation. In this election we've conducted, I've been in at least 5 workshop-type Zoom meetings and talking about all of this. And the concerns, I often want to talk about the deadlines and the voter service centers, but the concerns from the public are about the integrity of this election, not just in our county, but nationwide. And more than ever before, the concerns that the voters have are about the process and about, is my vote really going to count? And I think it's unique maybe right now to this election.
Follow-up question. You were brought to this board for approval. We were not part of the screening process. What's your experience prior to coming to San Joaquin County?
I worked for the county of San Mateo for 17 and a half years.
In the registrar's office?
Yes.
And what capacity? I'm just fill in the blanks for me, please. Every election office, it seems, in this state is structured a little differently. I was an elections technician. I forget the name of the classification. I came here with the job classification of elections specialist supervisor. And then there was the deputy director type role, and then there was an elected chief elections officer. So in that county, we're only one of 3 counties where the ROV is within the ISD office. So that was an elected official. Oh, interesting. Thank you. I didn't know that. Were you the deputy or no? No,
I was the elections specialist supervisor, and I reported to the deputy. Here, I'm the deputy. Chris would be in the capacity of the elected official.
Okay.
Sorry, Chris.
How many people vote? What's the registration in San Mateo?
Well, I know they've been increasing. It's about the same at the height of voter registration there. I think they got up to about 400,000 while I was there. They may have peaked over 400,000. That's registered voters.
That's similar to here.
Yeah, we're at about the last Secretary of State information. We were at about 400,000 plus eligible voters.
Understood. So coming here it's not an overwhelming circumstance. You've dealt with large elections prior to being in San Joaquin County.
I've dealt with large elections prior to coming to San Joaquin County.
Okay, and I appreciate that. It's not something we can share with the public, because really none of us knew that. It's just concerning, as I had said, and I don't know that we need any further action. I appreciate you coming here to explain and discuss this. It's very concerning, some of the issues that have been brought up, and I'm certain that, even if we didn't have this discussion, you're doing everything possible to assure that these concerns that you've noted are very viable are being addressed. There just seems to be a pattern that's raised, to me, the level of concerns for us as a board as to what's going on in the county. So I appreciate you coming here and discussing this and being forthright with situations that are your responsibility, errors that were made, things that were not done properly, or perhaps things that need to be done different, or make some adjustments for the next cycle. And that's great. It's a learning curve. And we have to let people know that there are some issues and some challenges, but they're being worked on and addressed. And I'm sure that you will have learned, if we have a federal lawsuit on the last election, I'm sure that whatever happened under those circumstances won't be happening under this current election.
Correct. I would say that at any government level, we're all looking at continuous improvement, and absolutely putting in mitigations to avoid any questions. Every election, we put together a lessons learned report, as I'd hope any project would culminate in. And I must say, I very much appreciate the opportunity to be here and help clarify these questions, like you said, not only for your constituents, but for the rest of the county as well. And your support is very much appreciated.
Final question, final couple things here. You have a deputy ROV? Do you have somebody that's second in command to you?
No, I do not.
You do not. So under you would just be a supervisor of different divisions or fields?
Correct. I have a management analyst. I brought in like a contract elections operations manager who would fill the role that you're speaking of, and then the election technician supervisors are, in some counties they're called elections managers. Here, the supervisors are in charge of their own operational sections, and then they also wear many different hats to move forward with different projects within their section. So, and then below that, we've got another election specialist, and then election technician, and then the temps. So it's a pretty vertical, I guess I'm not MBA, but it's a lot of not very top heavy, let's put it that way. So no, I do not have a deputy. I don't have an operations manager.
Would a deputy or an operations manager, someone with some great experience that could accentuate and help lighten the loads, where you can delegate and know that things are being careful, somebody else that helps you dot I's and cross T's, versus specialists that work in their own silos, would that be helpful?
Yes, sir, it would. Absolutely.
And can we find somebody, or if we found somebody good, would you consider bringing them on in the next couple of weeks?
I would definitely have to talk to HR about that and look at our budget.
I think before you talk to HR, talk to us. If you need it, seriously, we're here to facilitate success. Whether it's a COVID issue or it's an RV issue, talk to us. And then we can talk to our CAO, and we can talk to HR about what you need to be successful is the single most important thing that we would care about collectively as a board. I'm not speaking for the board, but I think that we would all agree that if you need something, we are here to facilitate your success.
Thank you.
And you've identified that you could use perhaps the second in charge?
I would say yes, we could. And we have one in place, plus a project manager for this election. Your question, I was thinking for the future.
Now we have an election.
Definitely.
2 years from now, or there's another primary, or a year and a half from now, another primary is a whole other issue. Right now, to help you and to give the public maybe some additional trust, that if you identified you need something, we as a board can take some action and talk to the CAO.
Well, the CAO it's definitely asked me that exact same question, and so has Chris.
Yeah.
What can we do to support? It's not about me. What can we do to support the elections office and and the registrar of voters? So, I have asked for additional support, some support from the ISD managers. We're looking at a holistic approach right now. You're right, boots on the ground right now. I don't have an answer for you right now of something that would be an ask that appropriate for the board. Like I said, we do have essentially a deputy, an elections operations manager, bringing in the project manager. I think we're good, but Director Cruz and CAO Nino are asking me that same question. So I would definitely want to keep entertaining that question as we go along, because if the situation changes and I need to ask for help, I feel as though I can, and coming from you as well.
We're in the final 2 weeks, so I wouldn't want somebody to be coming in the next 7 or 8 or 9 days from now. We're in the final phase, and if this is going to escalate the demands and the requirements and some of the issues that have surfaced presently or from the past, maybe we should again turn the attention to the CAO and County Council, what it takes to approve bringing somebody in. And to that point, I've reached out to our registrar that just retired, and he would be available to come in to help out. And that's not to step on anybody's toes, but just to help through the selection process. So that's a short-term possibility with experience. And what's difficult sometimes, there's a vacancy, you come in and how are things run? You know, it's really how government happens. Even in Washington, D.C., I remember watching an interview that some of the highest cabinet positions, you literally clean out your desk and somebody comes in. There's no briefing period. There's no rollover. So it's not as if you came in and you were a deputy for a while and then moved up to a certain position. You came in with the biggest responsibilities. So I don't know, you know, through the chair, but asking our CAO, do we need a process to further examine? Do we need approval from the board or a request or anything, any action that we need to potentially accentuate the strength in the Register of Voters office?
I don't believe so, Supervisor Patty. I believe, as we've asked Mr. Bruff, you know, it's been important for us to support her. Given, should we have added additional resources back when we were dealing with the Delta trustees issue and had a fuller conversation? Definitely. And we are improving in that regard because I believe the county bent over backwards in a very short time frame to try to accommodate a college district. And you are correct. Once we did get that information, there should have been a greater level of quality control. And the county owns that piece of it. But as far as moving forward, I believe we had a good conversation yesterday, and Mr. Cruz and I had another one in the afternoon. And I believe Melinda knows if it's tomorrow she needs more staff. I even suggested that she may want to reach out to the state, make a phone call, and I don't know if she made that yesterday, because often when counties are in the level of transition, a lot of things changed this year, and I can't emphasize that enough. It changed dramatically for this November election. And so I would like, though, Mr. Cruz to share with you the two folks they've brought in, because I think Melinda has done a phenomenal job to bring in the person with the election experience who's working in as your operations person. And then we have a very qualified project manager. But please don't get me wrong. If she needs somebody else, we will have no problem doing that and accommodating that. And I've got to tell you, getting those additional grant funds, the $500,000, there's plenty of resources of why, you know, anything that we've experienced that hasn't worked smoothly so far, we should be able to remedy that because it's not a resource issue from a money perspective, Supervisor. So hopefully that answers your question. But I'd like Mr. Cruz to speak, because he knows the qualifications of both of the folks that were hired.
Thank you, Ms. Nino. To address your question, Supervisor Patty, we brought in a project manager by the name of Payson Hall. He's also works for the Bureau of State Audits, because one of the things I wanted to look at is bringing a third-party objective opinion into the Register of Voters office to look at how we align best practices, how we leverage lessons learned, and what are the gaps basically in our service delivery model. So what we've done, and I know I mentioned this earlier, is we created almost a 27,000-page line work plan of every standard operating procedure and chain of custody component that currently is going through the Register of Voters. Now, Ms. Nino also talked about the changing process with the voter election. This was a completely different game. Previous to me coming into this job, the standard operating procedure and process, the Register of Voter, was using the old Diebold or Diebold systems and having really old standard operating procedures in place that were not updated probably for like 15 to 20 years. So we've taken really a new way of doing business or leveraging those particular competencies and principles and performing guidelines. And now we have, I think, a level of competency. The challenge that we've had, I think, from a staffing level, and what I've seen, again, being somebody new to San Joaquin County, is those folks in Ms. Jubroff's area have institutional knowledge on older processes. So how do we retrain them? How do we rebudget them? How do we realign them to the new standard operating procedures that we have in place? The other component that I came into is the Secretary of State mandated that we go to a new voter election system. So last year when I first came in, we implemented the hard-earned civic system. We used that for the first time in this primary election, as well as a new poll pads application. So we're automating our particular competencies and capabilities. What I've seen is having the resources to catch up and align with those specific capabilities is a challenge in the Register of Voters office. We need to correct that. We're taking the necessary steps to correct that with the work plan, but bringing in this person that has kind of an oversight role on many large system integration projects as well as policies and procedures, I thought I could get that third-party perspective. And a lot of what we're seeing is, again, we need to align and mature our level of processes and maybe bring a level of experience to the ROB that we haven't had previously. So Ms. Nino and I had that conversation last night. Obviously, I've been having daily conversations with Ms. Drubroff with this third-party individual to improve those processes, identify where our gaps, and provide mitigation strategies as appropriate. So that's the level, I think, right now of ISD's involvement in this effort, more so than probably in any election that we've ever had because of the uniqueness and complexity of this election. It's forcing us as we move towards more automation to get more involved in closing doors, whether it be information security, whether it be, teaching people how to use and identify and do adjudication in an automated system that wasn't really done previously. It was more of a manual process. So those have been some of the lessons learned and I think best practices that I've seen coming into this job that we're on our way to fixing, we're on our way to modernizing, but we do need more people with the right skills and qualifications underneath the register of voter to be able to accomplish that and have continued success.
Quick question. Did you say there's tens of thousands pages of, what was it?
So we have a 2,700, I said 27,000, but it's a 2,700 line work plan that I would be happy to share with the Board of Supervisors. It goes through every bit of detail. When we last talked to the board and you, Supervisor Patty, we talked about chain of custody and standard operating procedures. This aligns every particular function and task that's involved in an ROV in an election. And it's like who does what by when. It identifies the timelines, identifies the percentage complete, and who is the responsible party for completing each one of those tasks. I'd be happy again to share that with the board to see the level of rigor that we've brought into the process on the operational side to execute successfully. The challenge obviously that we have is, and that person doing that particular engagement, do they understand the experience of the task and then can they perform it in a timeline? And do they have the necessary subject matter expertise? Those are the areas and the level of maturity that I'm speaking to that we need to become more proficient at. And some of this is learning on the fly.
Understood. So when you say 2,700, because 27,000 seemed impossible, but 2,700, that's not for each person to know and understand. That's divides out in pockets or segments of operation, and it's a very clear protocol.
Yes, that's correct. What they are primary tasks broken down to subtasks, and then what I call predecessors of people responsible for each one of those subtasks to deliver a sequence of events or execute on a pertinent deliverable responsible that the ROV needs to basically conduct. And that's from the ballot process all the way down.
Sure.
So everything is documented.
Supervisor Patty, I'd like to give a couple of the other supervisors, I have a couple of requests here. I'd like to give a couple of them the opportunity. Supervisor Villapudua hasn't had a chance yet. And then if you have more questions, we can.
Absolutely. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Villapudua?
Thank you, Chair Miller. Melinda, Mr. Cruz, I just to let you guys know, like other supervisors, we've all received a lot of complaints and so far and questions, but I want to thank both of you for coming here and answering all the questions thoroughly. You guys didn't back down at all, and you answered a lot of the questions. And unfortunately, with an election, somebody loses and they're going to be upset and they're going to want to point fingers. But you know what? You guys just keep working hard and keep your head up, and I support you guys. And I know the CAO does too. So just keep working hard. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Was there anyone on? I had another. Okay, Supervisor Wynn.
Just to clarify, my understanding in regards to the delay on the informational pamphlet was attributed primarily to the delay in regards to the information received from the Delta Community College District. Is that correct?
That really put us behind it, definitely. Had we received that information sooner, I believe the pamphlet would have been more timely. There were other factors as well. The timing of getting the Voter Service Center information, the official ballot. They say, when there's a plane crash, there's more than one system that failed, right? So here, the timing on the Delta College, the new election model. Yes. The answer to your question, sir, is yes.
Well, the reason I bring it up is my understanding it took at least 2 weeks to gather that information from Delta College and then integrate it with the precincts, et cetera. And you've talked, obviously, to Supervisor Patty in regards to where you missed a couple of precincts, and that caused another problem, which is obviously, as you admitted, that was a an ROV error. But as far as whatever else was going on this aircraft that crashed, the 2 weeks that was delayed in regards to assimilating the information from Delta College obviously added to the delay in regards to mailing out this pamphlet. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so that's 2 weeks we could have maybe moved forward, which would probably have solved a lot of the problems we've talked about. So I appreciate that. I guess this is directed to Supervisor Patty. Ultimately, this board is responsible. We have an organization where we as Board of Supervisors establish the policy and what we expect from county employees, starting with the CEO down to the department heads. And so when things break down, ultimately, we're responsible for one way or the other, either because we made a wrong policy change or we weren't on top of things and didn't address it in a timely fashion. So I have no problem, in raising or asking questions, and oftentimes my questions are usually done face-to-face with the department head because you don't really know based upon all the information we receive from a variety of sources. And I guess my concern is that I don't find it to be very beneficial either to the public or to the county when we make or pass on allegations that are made by individuals who may have a bias or an agenda or may not know what they're talking about. And so, if we're going to make those questions in public at our board meetings, I would hope that prior to that there was a discussion with either the CEO, which I've talked to on many occasions in regards to the actions of some department heads, and she's been very open, and I've gone directly to department heads and talked about some allegations that I've heard from my constituents, and find most of the time that it's usually a misunderstanding most of the time. And so I've never had to bring it either to the CEO or I've never had to bring it, obviously, publicly at our meetings. So I think it's detrimental to the appearance or the reputation, I guess, of the county and its employees, and certainly this board, to pass on information that has been admittedly don't know, because I can say things that I've heard about some of my supervisors, and I could ask that question, well, what about this, or what about, I don't think that's fair, and I don't think it's fair to ambush them in an open board meeting and ask a question and right on the spot have them defend themselves. So I would hope that, as a body, that we would, in the future, when we get these, and I get them, and we all get them, but usually I'll go to department head, or I'll go to the CEO, or county council, and I'll ask the question to clarify the veracity of that, as opposed to just passing on through a pipeline information to this body and to the public that's watching as to things that may be true, but they may not be. And if they're not, I think it's unfortunate, and it's deleterious to our county in regards to, because there are those out there that every time we make a negative comment about the county or our employees, that sticks. And all the conversation that rebuts that to show that it's not that way is forgotten. And all of a sudden we're a bunch of idiots. And let's face it, government has a bad reputation already. Certainly it's elected officials or politicians. So I would hope in the future that when we get this information, we would go to the appropriate source and discuss it and find out, what's true before we come out in a public meeting and just pass it on without having any idea of whether it's true or not. So anyway, just a comment from one who is amongst the 5 responsible for this county and certainly for the health and safety of our residents. Well, thank you.
I don't have any other requests to speak. I would also like to say that I agree with your statement earlier that confidence in the process is so important. It is. That's what's unfortunate about the finger pointing. The vast majority of the emails the rumors, the false information have been generated by some very well-known, very negative political agitators in this region who are, to be perfectly honest, organizing a misinformation campaign. It's too bad. I think it is a loss to the voters in San Joaquin County. The one question I want to ask you, and it's really because I want to reiterate this, despite everything that's gone on here, despite a whole new election process, a new requirement to change election systems, to a very, very complex move to an all vote by mail process, everything else, have we met all the legal requirements placed on us to date in terms of hitting deadlines and putting forward this election process for November 3rd?
Yes. San Joaquin County has met all the legal deadlines.
Thank you. All the rumors about class action suits and people wanting to file lawsuits, that's the information that people are going to need to think about before they launch any lawsuits. We have met our legal requirements for this election. Has it been perfect? No. I don't think any of us would say it's been perfect. Will we learn lessons from this? Yes, we will, the same way we learned from the primary and from all the previous elections. Mr. Cruz, I want to thank you especially for going into the level of detail in terms of the new processes that have been put into place for our elections, the thoroughness, and the fact that listening to folks who did this 20 years ago is probably not the best place to get information on how elections are currently being run in San Joaquin County and in the state of California. So thank you. I think this was a good discussion. I hope what the public takes away is that the election is going to go on November 3rd. The ballots are going to be received. They're going to be counted. And you have processes that are documented and in place that will govern the procedures for this election, correct?
Correct.
Yes.
Thank you. Clerk, do we have some public comment?
Yes, Madam Chair, we have received one public comment. Would you like me to read it into the record?
Sure.
Okay. The public comment is anonymous and it writes, please ask the ROV why unprinted ballots went out in 2016. Why were individuals with no address, no name on the list of registered voters, and no identification were permitted to vote? And we as poll workers were told we had to assist them in exercising their right to vote. Why during last primaries were polling places left without necessary items, printing paper, parts, etc.? Such an embarrassing mess. Please replace this person. I will not working another election under her. And that's the end of the public comments.
Thank you. Okay, we are going to move on now to, thank you both very much. I appreciate not only your willingness to come in here, but to be so thorough with the public and your positive presentation. Thank you. We're going to move to supervisors' comments and or committee reports. Supervisor Wynn?
Real quick, we had a meeting yesterday in regards to the high school apprenticeship program with WorkNet, and we will be the first certified high school apprenticeship program in the state of California through the State Department of Labor, and we'll have some type of event at the signing with the 6 students that we currently have, 5 young men and 1 young woman, and with 3 districts. And the important part of it, I guess, is that Governor Newsom may want to participate because of obviously his push for technical education. So again, that's kind of good news, and I want to thank John Solis and certainly the board, and I know a couple of other board members here are on that larger group, but that's quite an accomplishment that we're the only county in California to really achieve this goal. So, thank you.
That's great. Thank you. Supervisor Elliott?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I just have one request here for an update at some point here. I'd like to hear from, I guess it would be from the County Homeless Initiatives Coordinator, regarding this proposal that's been floating around that the fairgrounds, the county fairgrounds, be transformed into a regional homeless center. We have many things that go on out there, ag industry events in particular, but other community events as well, such as the Asparagus Festival. So many people are concerned about that, the ag industry in particular. So I'd just like to hear some type of report on what's going on with that effort.
Supervisor Elliott, so November 3rd, I believe it is, our next board meeting. Make sure I have the date correct. We're going to bring back to the board the outcomes from the last HAP NOFA, essentially request for projects for our low barrier shelter. So I'll make sure Mr. Cheshire also addresses that. And I know our chair has been involved in at least one meeting, more than one meeting, in regards to with the State Water Board, where I believe possibly some of this information may have come from. So we'll make sure we include that as part of that discussion.
Thank you.
Supervisor Elliott, I want to just clear this up for you real quickly. The task force that you're referring to is not the county's homelessness task force. That task force ended coming up to 2 years ago. The task force that rumor, it's a false, fake news story. It's based on the State Water Board's homeless task force that has been convening in areas, and they have convened several meetings here in San Joaquin County specifically to look at the issue of homeless encampments on our waterways. And the original purpose was to look at dealing with water quality issues and encampments on the waterways and what could be done to relocate some of these individuals. And the State Water Board, because they're the ones that deal with water quality, they convened this. There's been a lot of people across the county that have participated. They've all been remote meetings because of COVID. There has been no deal struck. There are quite a few locations, state-owned properties, that were mentioned as a potential for the state to partner with local jurisdictions as a possible way to have a location to move some of these folks to. That's as far as the discussion's been, is possibilities. There has been no deal struck. The state owns the fairgrounds, not the county. That would be a decision that the state would be making. The fairgrounds are also within the city limits of the city of Stockton, so it would not be an agreement that would be struck between the state and the county anyways. So I want to reassure you, I actually had that in my comments. I want to reassure you in the public that is absolutely a false rumor that is circulating for political purposes. So we can certainly have Mr. Cheshire give us a report at our next meeting, but there is nothing to that rumor. I'm not even 100% certain if that task force will be continuing to meet or not. It is in the hands of the State Water Control Board, and it is also my understanding that they were concerned about that rumor, and they were scheduled to release some kind of a statement at about noon today. So hopefully when we get back to our offices, we'll have something official from the state.
Well, good. It's good to hear that, and I'll look forward to confirmation of whatever the situation is when we bring that report.
Great. Supervisor Villapudua?
Thank you, Chair. May I call the sheriff up, please?
Sure.
Thank you. So we have a large homeless encampment in my district. It's across the street from the cemetery and French Camp, and a huge encampment with multiple cars, trailers, boats, over 200 tires, and the sheriff here, Sheriff Withrow, took this project on, and along with the county council, we finally went through the red tape and we're there today at 8 o'clock this morning with some, I want to thank Republic Services for providing some, all the dumpsters and Public Works for their help. But it's a huge project, and Sheriff, I just want to thank you and for bringing all your staff out there and really attacking this project. And I'd like you to comment on it if you could.
Oh, well, thank you very much. I appreciate that, if I'm on here. Yeah, it was my team at the Sheriff's Office, Bill Hughes and his team, and we got a bunch of inmates out there that are helping clean this up, and they came up with a solution on this as far as being public administrator. The owner of that property had passed away and had been taken over by homeless folks. And of course, I thought, hey, that's a great idea. We'll just snag it. And then luckily, County Council jumped in and say, hey, don't jump before you look, and make sure there's not a big tank underneath that ground and before you take possession of it. And I said, well, that's a good idea. So we found out we were clear there. And so, yeah, we're out there getting it cleaned up. You should know that we've been for the past 2 weeks. We went out and made contact with everybody at that homeless encampment, offered them services, documented that on our documented reports. We went out there 4 separate times offering those services, the whole line of services that anyone might need. And nobody took our offer. And so, yeah, we have a large team out there, and thank you to Supervisor Villapudua helping us get the dumpsters. We're using grant money to tow away all the trailers that are on this and everything like that. So it's a huge help to the Jewish cemetery that was being destroyed. The families could not even go out there to honor their loved ones that are buried there for fear they were always accosted when they showed up there. They would leave the water on. They were stealing power. It was just being destroyed. And so it was just a great team effort. So just amazing how we can all work together.
I agree. Hopefully we could show the board one day, with the drone before it looks and looks afterwards.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
If you guys like to see that, it's amazing.
That'd be great. So we'll be done in a couple of days. You guys can drive by if you'd like to. And thank you so much, Sheriff, and thank you for your team.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff.
Thank you, Sheriff. Thank you. Supervisor Patty?
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. First, and on this vein, I wanted to mention that we were successful in cleanup and removal of both a dangerous and very disruptive encampment along Interstate 5 on I-5 North, parallel to the Calvary First Assembly of God Church in my district on Saturday, October 10th. And thanks to Jennifer Spruill at our County Behavioral Health Services, Stockton Police Department, Stockton City Public Works, Caltrans, Stockton Area Office of the Highway Patrol, and the Office of Supervisor Villapudua for coordinating this operation. It was very successful. There was guns, gunfire. There was a children's care center that had to vacate the area because of the threats that were ongoing. And I know our sheriff was also contacted and dealt with that. So great effort and great cleanup. And thank you, Supervisor Villapudua. You're constantly on the forefront of what needs to be done. I did want to ask a follow-up to our CAO that several board meetings ago, there was a request from the board, myself included, that we get a report on the continuum of care, the use of funds, where the money has gone over the last 5 or 10 years. So is that being worked on? Is that something coming up soon?
Supervisor Patty, I spoke recently with Mr. Kwan, our Director of Community Development, and I'm like looking at you because I'm trying to get all the details he provided. I know he is working on it. I even suggested, because I thought he was going to do a memo, not even wait to bring it back before the board publicly. So I apologize that all the details aren't just popping in my head right now. I know he is definitely working on it. And so we will either get him before this board or you will see a memo from him on it. I just spoke to him like 2 weeks ago on it. So I apologize. I'm not remembering more details.
Does the continuum of care and the allocation and use of funds go through Director Kwong?
They do. So what the request was that there was, I think somebody had brought up that there was an audit or something and how much money the county has received. It's probably almost doubled or tripled from like 3 years ago. And that money does come. The county's portion along with a portion of the community's portion. So it was coming from Director Kwan.
Okay. So that's upcoming?
It is. And please, you might even get it sooner than November 3rd. Because literally, I'll bet you we've spoken about it over 2 weeks ago. And so I apologize, I'm not remembering, because I know he's made significant progress on it. So I'm looking at you and I'm trying to kind of go back there and get some of these details. I've been very focused on a few other issues.
So between now and back when we had that meeting, you've had other things to handle in the county?
Yes, I have. But you know what? A lot of progress. So, but yes, I know he is working on it. And I just wish I was remembering more of the details.
Okay.
Because I know when I spoke to him, I said, even if you get it done prior to a board meeting, please send the board a memo on it. And then we could be prepared, whether it's part of board comments, to be able to respond to anything else. So at least you had the information in advance.
Okay.
So if it doesn't come sooner, it'll be on the November 3rd agenda or the November, I'm not sure if we're going to end up with the November 17th, but the goal would be we would try to get it on November 3rd.
Okay, thank you. And lastly, Supervisor Wynn was, I'm not sure, because sometimes he likes to talk rather extensively, but in his closing remarks to Ms. Dubroff, he was saying that perhaps the board shouldn't have maybe had this emergency hearing or discussion with Ms. Dubroff, and I'm a little bit confused. I disagree completely. When issues come up and they're brought to our attention, we as board members have a responsibility through social media, through direct conversations we have, through people that have reached out to my office in the dozens, and they bring up these concerns. While most of the concerns were highlighted and given to County Council and to the CAO's office and subsequently to Ms. Dubroff to address, which she did through a press release last night, there was no surprise, there was no attack, there was no slander, there was no conclusion presented to the public as if we have dirty laundry or as if something's not done properly. So I'm not sure if you're just bloviating and want to talk about it or if you actually have a point to make, but my office did not attack anybody privately, publicly, through social media or any other press release. So just to be clear, I wasn't sure what his point was when he was bloviating. So thank you. That's all I have to say.
Let me respond to that. I'm surprised you even understand what the word bloviating means. But other than that,
I wouldn't be surprised. Why would you be surprised? Is that another offhanded insult?
No.
Why would you say? Why would you have a reply? Say you're surprised that I know what bloviating means.
Supervisor Patty, you have not been
That's completely
recognized.
uncalled
Supervisor
for.
Wynn is going to make a comment now. Then,
when he insults me, I'm going to call him on it. That's another insult. You try to backhand his insults all the time.
not during the meeting. All right? We're going to have some
He did it
order
during the
here.
meeting.
We're going to have some order here.
Let me finish my comment, Supervisor Patty. I understand, and I don't disagree with this meeting in regards to discussion of items that we've all read. I have no problem with that. But then you add additional comments about, you've talked to employees who made comments about the disarray and the dysfunction of the registrar of voters office. That wasn't part of your agenda, part of your memo. So the question arises is, and then on top of that, you have a propensity to want to fix problems. And the comment made by Mr. Cruz, Director Cruz, and certainly by Melinda and Ms. Nino in regards to what they're doing in regards to addressing the resources issue, which you raised, it would seem to me that somehow, you've lost sight that this operation is run by some very competent people, and it isn't, your sole purpose to give them everything they want. And sometimes cut the legs out from under those who are in charge. I don't think the sheriff would appreciate at times if you were to suggest to one of his captains that you would be more than happy to provide the resources when I'm sure the sheriff would take a lot of time and his staff to decide what they need and what they don't need. So all I'm saying is that when you talk about and what I believe is denigrate the county departments in regards to their operations based upon somebody who's told you something without providing them the opportunity to address it privately before we come before this board, I think that's unfair.
Supervisor Patty, I'm also going to say here that your statement that you've never attacked anyone and you've never criticized anyone, that perhaps didn't happen here today, but that's absolutely not true. On numerous occasions in the last few weeks, you have attacked me on social media. You have basically said that I have behaved in an unethical fashion. There's clearly enough evidence to know that something unethical has happened. And in this particular case on this, you've also participated in a social media misinformation campaign that is basically calling me out, saying that I would be attempting to quash this public discussion. And there is something inappropriate going on between myself, as if I personally supervise the registrar of voters, and you have participated in that on social media. So it's fine if you want to do that. You've said you believe that that's your responsibility to participate in social media. But to then come in here and act as if your quote is, you're not in this election and you have nothing to gain. That is not true. You have personally endorsed and are actively fundraising for individuals that are very engaged in this election. So while you may not personally have anything to gain, you do have an agenda that benefits from this outside misinformation campaign and from your repeated attempts over the last 18 months to bring numerous ethics charges either against me or to advance them on social media, none of which have been upheld. So you don't get to have it both ways. If you want to participate in that on social media, fine. That's your choice as an individual. But please do not come in here and act as though you are behaving and you have no axe to grind and no personal agenda, because that is not true, sir. So if you would like to respond now, I'm going to give you 1 minute to respond, and then we are going to move to closed session because you have taken up the better part of the conversation in the last 2 hours of this meeting.
Well, the better part of the conversation was conducted to give clarity for the county. As for your personal, you think I'm personally attacking you and ethics code violations against you, actually factually incorrect. There's not one single post on social media that talks about how guilty you are about anything. When you take a picture in a building and it's against the ethics of the county that you signed, it's questionable and it may warrant a discussion, but that's not a conclusion from me. That's not an allegation I brought against you, which you've said somebody on this board brought an allegation against you for an ethics code violation. It wasn't me. So, and to address further what Supervisor Wynn said is, as he constantly likes to lobby insults. There's nothing that was a surprise. There was nothing accusatory. It was a discussion of, there are people that feel things are done kind of sloppy. That's not attacking her. That came out in a discussion. Maybe it wasn't a point when I submitted it yesterday, but it's an actual conversation I've had with different people that have said there's issues of concern that they have. Now, and as far as what the flow chart is, when she said, I need to talk to HR about bringing on somebody, instead of it delaying and going further and further, we'll talk to the board first. And when she said the CAO has already been, told her that she gets whatever she wants, I immediately recognized and said, fantastic, I'm glad to hear that. I didn't know that the CAO had said you can have what you want. Maybe you are all knowing, because in your infinite wisdom that you like to constantly share with everybody, then that might be part of what your knowledge. For me, I now understand that Monica, CAO, was already engaged if somebody from the ROV wanted something. So not a big deal, not an attack on anybody, not a slander on anybody, and certainly not one on you, Chairwoman. Okay. I have not once said that you're guilty of anything.
We're going to move on here, but you are very conveniently not mentioning the 2 ethics violations you brought last year against me, neither of which were upheld. You are in complete awareness of the fact that this latest one also does not meet the standard of an ethics violation. And we're going to move on here because we have taken up far too much time on this. I'm going to turn to County Council now and ask him to please announce closed session.
The board will meet in closed session on the items listed on the agenda. There may be announcements following closed session.
Thank you. We have scheduled afternoon items at 1:30, and so we will coordinate our timing to return from closed session. Thank you.
And if you want to get a chance to find some evidence of it, or you're going to get a chance to just, and you believe that where the golden generally.
Good afternoon, everybody. We are back for our scheduled afternoon items. First up is we're going to look at rescinding Resolution R-20-139. And to present this, we have David Kwong, our Community Development Director, and Jennifer Jolly, our Principal Planner. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair Miller and members of the board. We, as staff, don't have any new information or a presentation before you. We are, as you just mentioned, asking you to rescind the resolution as it did not have sufficient votes to carry it forward, and basically to ask you to also deliberate on the action before you as well. So that is actually the extent of my comments.
Thank you. I'm going to turn to County Council so that we have just a little bit of background on this.
Yes, Supervisor, thank you. So on August 18th, the Board of Supervisors heard the public hearing regarding the appeal of Craig and Sue Stevenson and Lorraine and Richard Ippolito of the Planning Commission's approval of the use permit PA 1800177 of the Kusala-Kari Corporation. During the course of that meeting, Chair Miller, you had already left prior to that hearing beginning. At the end of that presentation, there was a vote by the board that was, because of problems with the recording system, actually incorrectly recorded as a 3-1 vote in favor of the appeal. The board then left chambers to go into closed session, and on the way to closed session, I was informed by Supervisor Patty that it had inaccurately recorded his vote, that his vote was actually in opposition to that motion, so it resulted in a 2-2 vote. When we came back from closed session, I put that information on the record and recommended that the board continue the discussion of this matter to a later date. Supervisor Wynn, I believe, and it's not important whom, but one of the supervisors then asked whether it was possible to take another vote at that time. We did still have a quorum, but let me add one element in there. Following closed session or during closed session, Supervisor Villaputua had to leave. So when we came back out, we only had 3 supervisors, Supervisors Elliott, Wynn, and Patty. And at that time, either Supervisor Elliott or Supervisor Wynn asked whether it was permissible to take another vote then. We still had a quorum, and so it was appropriate to take a vote. And the result of that vote was a 2-1 vote. And in error, I said that that was a sufficient vote. After the meeting, then I did further research. There is a state statute that requires that for boards of supervisors actually requires a 3 votes in favor of a matter for it to carry. So that 2-1 vote was insufficient to to approve the appeal that was before the board, which left then the board with some question about the 2-2 vote. And I know that you have received correspondence from counsel for Kusala-Kari saying that that's somehow an adequate vote and it was insufficient to carry forward the appeal also. I happen to disagree with his analysis of that situation. The case law, if there's one thing that the case law is clear on a tie vote, is that they mean different things in different situations. It has always been my practice with the board and with the Planning Commission before, that a 2-2 vote in the absence of an abstention insufficient to carry a motion, and that motion dies, but the matter remains active. The matter has not been resolved. And so in previous instances where that has come forward, my recommendation has always been to the board that further deliberation or further discussion is necessary until a different vote and a different result, different motion and different result is obtained. This matter then was agendized. I brought a presentation to the board advising you of that information and recommending that this matter be re-agendized with the record closed, that all of the members, Supervisor Miller, you would be able to participate in the vote on that matter, provided you had familiarized yourself with the record and the discussion before the board, and that the matter be set for hearing, and that is the situation that we find ourselves in here today.
All right, so the public hearing, we need to open another public hearing, or no? We simply deliberate?
We simply deliberate. The public hearing is closed.
Okay, great then. For the record, I just want to inform the board and everyone here that I had already read all of the information prior to that day. I was called away very suddenly and unexpectedly, so I had anticipated being here and was prepared. Following that, I did view on the video recording the entire public hearing, the entire process, and the conversations and the deliberation. In addition to that, because I overheard numerous people saying, gee, we really wish you'd go out and look at the property, I did that as well. I went out, I spent about a half an hour out there, drove around the property, looked at the street, watched the traffic, looked at the neighbors. So I feel that I am very familiar with the issue before us, and I'm prepared to participate in the deliberations today. So, County Council, it's my understanding then, because of your ruling on the initial vote, that 4-2-2 is not adequate to move it forward, that the rescinding resolution R-20-139 is, that is your strong recommendation based on legal grounds that the board must do this.
So yes, the resolution is actually tied to the 2-1 vote. And so because that vote was insufficient to carry the motion forward, it's appropriate to rescind that motion.
Okay.
Or to rescind that resolution.
All right, then I think I'll take these separately. The first item on rescinding the resolution, I would entertain a motion on that.
I'll make a motion.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to rescind resolution R-20-139. Please cast your votes. And that is adopted 5-0. Okay, on the second item, which is to take action on the appeal, I would be, if there's any board members that wish to comment as part of the deliberation, Supervisor Wynn?
I just make a comment. I asked County Council at that particular time when there were just three of us, I just asked the question from a procedural standpoint on whether or not three members of the board could make a decision absent the other two. It wasn't to steer it towards a vote. I just asked for clarification in case this happens sometime in the future so we would know how to proceed. Supervisor Elliott then made the motion. So it wasn't my intent to re-vote, but after he made the motion, I just seconded it, and that's how it ended. So I just wanted to clarify that. It wasn't to ask you so we could vote. Actually, it was just to find out what the procedure was. So.
Understood, Supervisor, and I did not mean to imply that there was anything else there other than Simply whether or not, because two of the members, not the same composition that existed, whether or not procedurally it was appropriate. And it was an appropriate vote. It was appropriate for the vote to occur because there was a quorum. It's just that and had it come out 3 votes on either side of that motion, it would have been a valid motion sufficient to carry the matter forward. But the way that it split, that was the problem.
Thank you.
Okay, so then on the appeal, I would be looking for a motion to, one more time, County Council, how did the vote on the appeal, just for the record? I want to make sure that when I ask for a motion, everybody knows what we're talking about.
So the motion that Supervisor Elliott had made in both instances was a motion to grant the appeal. In both instances, it was seconded by Supervisor Nguyen. And the first motion, there were 2 votes in favor, Supervisor Elliott and Supervisor Nguyen, and then Supervisor Patty and Supervisor Villaputua were in opposition to that motion.
All right. So I am looking for a motion to take action on
just a moment, Chair.
Yes. Sorry, it's not popping up. Thank you for alerting me. Supervisor Elliott.
Yes. So I did talk with County Council here about some additional conversation I had and whether I needed to disclose that. He recommended that I do. So someone did call me yesterday, wanted to talk about this matter. I told them that our County Council always recommended that we not talk about something that was coming before the board on appeal. And then he proceeded to tell me, well, my son just wanted me to tell you that he's in favor of that. So in effect, he went ahead and told me what he wanted to say, even though I told him I couldn't talk about it. So I wanted to pass that on, that I did get that additional feedback. But I also went out to this area 6 years ago when this first became before the board, saw the area, decided at that time that while I don't object to religious facilities, that just wasn't the appropriate place for something like that. Something with, which what started out to be an 80-foot steeple now is a 60-foot steeple, that's still going to dominate that area. And the potential for the increased traffic and all that just is not appropriate for that residential area. Also, I mentioned last time that I have gotten to know the Stevensons better since that initial vote. And in fact, they have been to their house. They had hosted a fundraiser for me. Nonetheless, my opinion has not changed that this location is just not the appropriate place for this facility to be built. That's my statement. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So anyone else have a comment? Then I am looking for some sort of a motion to take action on the appeal. Either to grant the appeal or to deny the appeal and let the Planning Commission's stand.
Madam Chair, could we ask County Council to clarify a vote of yes or no and what that would mean?
We don't have a motion yet.
Well, before we make the motion.
So if a motion is made in favor of granting the appeal, so the appeal is brought by the neighbors to overturn the Planning Commission's approval of the project. So if the appeal is approved, then the project does not go forward. If the motion is to grant the appeal and that motion is denied, then the Planning Commission's approval of the project stands and the project goes forward.
And so one way or another, you want the motion to approve the appeal, and then the vote goes yes.
I don't have a dog in the fight, Supervisor. It's not an issue for me which way. I just want a clean record. And so once the motion is made, if I have any questions, I'll try and clarify it so that we have it clearly on the record. And if there are questions about what a affirmative or non-affirmative vote on it, the effect is, I'm happy to explore that further.
Okay, thanks.
So can I just ask for either a motion to grant the appeal, which means the project does not go forward and it overturns Planning Commission, or I would like to receive a motion to deny the appeal, which means the Planning Commission's ruling stands and the project goes forward. So I would like to receive either a motion to grant the appeal or to deny the appeal.
I make the same motion I made last time. I move to grant the appeal.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to grant the appeal, which means it overturns Planning Commission and the project does not go forward. Please cast your votes. Okay, and that is adopted 4-1. Right. Our first item. No, we have one more. We have one more item. You're looking confused.
No.
Okay.
No.
All right. So the appeal was granted? Yes.
Yes.
All right. So we're going to move on to our public hearing regarding the appeal by Sequoia Deployment Services, Inc. And again, we have David Kwong and Jennifer Jolly.
Thank you, Chair and members of the board. I'm going to ask Jennifer to start out with the presentation, and prior to the recommendation, she will hand it back to me for the final recommendation to the board. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Miller and members of the board. Before you today is an appeal of the Planning Commission's denial of use permit application for an 80-foot tall unmanned telecommunication monopole tower with equipment on a 1.86 acre parcel within the urban community of Stockton. The parcel is located on the west side of Garden Avenue, and it runs all the way through to Broadway Avenue, 135 feet north of Guernsey Avenue. The project has a general plan designation of RL, which is low density residential, and the parcel is located just south of the city of Stockton limits. The zoning is also RL. Here's a land use map with a radius overlay to demonstrate how many houses are within the area. Within a 100-foot radius, there are 2 homes. Within 200 feet, there are about 9 homes. 300 feet, there are about 11, and so on. When you get to the 500-foot radius from the tower site, you end up with approximately 40 houses or so in the project vicinity, some of which are in the county and some of which are in the city. Although difficult to read, this is the copy of the site plan submitted by the applicant. On the left, the entire parcel is depicted, and on the right, a more detailed site plan is included. The tower is proposed in the rear portion of the parcel behind an existing barn building, and the access to the site is from Broadway Avenue. The applicants are also proposing to disguise the tower with a tree design. That's not required by San Joaquin County, but that is something that they are actually recommending and proposing. The appellant contends that the Planning Commission committed an abuse of discretion when they stated that the proposed facility would lower property values and that the applicant should find another alternative site. In response, it should be noted that the Planning Commission voted 4-0 with 1 commissioner absent to deny the application based on not being able to make finding number 5, which states that the proposed use is compatible with adjoining land uses. The appellant's second statement states that the county failed to provide any reason for denial and that was not supported by substantial evidence, which is in violation of the Telecommunications Act. The Community Development Department did send a letter dated July 9th, 2020, to the applicants with the Planning Commission's denial, and this denial was based on all oral and written testimony, which was substantial regarding compatibility with adjoining land uses. In addition, the appellant states that there's a significant gap in Verizon wireless service and that there are no less intrusive alternatives to address this gap. In response to the appellant's statement, the applicant did submit a project narrative with the application. This project narrative does state that without the proposed tower, the area around the project site would have no in-building coverage, vehicular coverage, or outdoor coverage. In addition, the narrative addressed attempts at addressing the coverage gap through co-location on existing towers and provided information regarding why alternative sites were not deemed viable. This information was used by staff to formulate its recommendation of approval to the Planning Commission, and this issue was briefly discussed in the record by the applicant during the rebuttal period. It was not, however, discussed at length by the Planning Commission during the hearing. This is a photo from Broadway Avenue looking northeast. And this is a photo taken from the west side of the property looking due east at the lease area. Thank you. And before we provide a recommendation, I would like to turn the presentation back to Director David Kwong for future discussion. Thank you.
So, members of the board and chair, what we've done historically is on appeals, we basically move forward the Planning Commission's recommendation to the board should it get appealed. That is what we did here. The Planning Commission denied the project and we removed their recommendation forward. The basis of their action was that it was not compatible with the surrounding land uses, particularly some of the residences. When we looked at the appeal in a deeper dive, especially after we received the appeal, we found that the project narrative, which basically were the maps and site plan alternatives, were not included in the Planning Commission's package, although there was discussion, as we just talked about, in terms of what was actually included in their presentation. So both the site analysis and the maps were discussed. It's just that we didn't have the maps actually for them, nor the actual site alternatives for them. So nevertheless, there was a conversation from that perspective. As we did the analysis on the appeal before the board, we looked at it in more detail, particularly in regard to some of the Telecommunications Act requirements. And so what we did was we looked at whether there was still that continued service gap, and there is still a significant gap in cellular service there. So when a county's denial of a cell tower project would result in such a gap, then the county's development title in our application of it is more limited because of the Telecommunications Act. So while the department has forwarded the Planning Commission's decision as its recommendation, staff did originally present a recommendation of approval to the Planning Commission. And given that, I did want to point out that in looking at the Telecommunications Act requirements here a little bit better and consulting with our county council as well, we do believe there could be a service gap that would become prevalent if this application is denied. So what I would take a little bit leap here in terms of, we did make a recommendation to the board in your board letter before you, which again forwards the Planning Commission's recommendation. Again, the staff did recommend a recommendation of approval to the Planning Commission, even though they didn't not necessarily have those maps before them, although again there was a conversation on it. But I would change my recommendation to differ in terms of practice, what we've done traditionally as a department, to recommend approval to the board at this point, given that there could be a service gap in cell coverage, particularly with this application being denied. So I'm going to move forward in the future also in looking at our practice in terms of what is our staff recommendation. Do we just move forward Planning Commission's recommendation, or should we actually look into some other deeper dive issues, particularly here regarding Telecommunications Act and move a different kind of recommendation forward. So again, at this point, I would actually take that leap and say I would actually recommend the board actually approve the appeal and thereby approve the application. And that concludes my comments. If you have any questions for me.
Thank you. Any questions from the board for staff? Supervisor Wynn?
You know, we've covered this previously, this issue, and I'll just read from, and it's listed in the appeal, but I just want to briefly state it. Section 332, subsection C, subsection 7, the Communication Act preserves the state and local authority over zoning and land use decisions for personal wireless service facilities, but sets forth specific limitations on that authority. And then later in that particular section, it says, the statute also preempts local decisions premised directly or indirectly on environmental effects of radio frequency emissions, assuming that the provider is in compliance with the Commission's RF rules, in addition to the compatibility you talked about earlier. So this pretty clearly, in my opinion, I don't know whether this was covered by the applicant or by community development, but that makes it pretty clear that in regards to those particular towers, we don't have a lot of discretion. And going to the issue, which I know is mostly, and I've dealt with it in the city of Ripon in regards to a cell tower on school property, which our public health department investigated and found, for example, that the cancer rate was not any higher or lower than the rest of the city. So, and reading, I use this again, the American Cancer Society website, it also talks about that there's no evidence to show that these particular towers cause cancer. And I guess more importantly, from a technical standpoint, there is I guess a misconception that these towers send a cone of RF rays. They don't. It's a direct line, and has to be a direct line of sight. That's one of the reasons they're so high. And I think that's the argument that I would use, is that it does not provide, and frankly, in looking at the maps that you provided, the pictures, in the city I live in, there's cell towers everywhere. And I've gone out to a multiplicity of antennas at the CHP office, the brand new one, talking with neighbors behind in regards to their concerns. There was one neighbor who was very concerned, but I talked to other neighbors who didn't have a concern whatsoever, because as in this particular case, it is camouflaged, for lack of a better term. So it doesn't look like a tower. It does look like a tree or something similar. So again, I think this is a kind of a no-brainer, and I'm surprised that the Planning Commission didn't understand the law in regards to their ability to deny these type of applications. So hopefully in the future, they can read the sections themselves. So thank you.
Thank you. We have one other board member here, but I also want to say I appreciate your approach in looking at a deeper dive and not just automatically changing staff's recommendation to reflect the Planning Commission's decision. You know, speaking as a board member, the Planning Commission is I mean, we take it very seriously, but it's just one more filter that comes up to us. It's one more advisory that we take into consideration. I will always still want to hear our staff's own opinion. And if the discussion that occurred at the Planning Commission does change your recommendation, that's important information for us to have. But if it doesn't, that is also important information to help us make a good decision. I have one other board member waiting to speak, but it's not telling me who. No, must be Supervisor Elliott.
Thank you, Chair. So in the response to Appeal Statement 2 portion of the staff letter, it talks about the project narrative and says the narrative provides the following information regarding why the alternative sites were not deemed viable. And this was discussing that there were 4 sites looked at, I guess. It says at 2 of the sites, the owners were interested, but Verizon's objectives were better met at the proposed site. So if the owners were interested in having it on their property, but Verizon said, well, it would be better over here, can't it still be put at a place where there's greater agreement in terms of the acceptability?
Yes, I would say yes, but at the end of the day, it's probably a contractual issue between the property owner and Verizon, as well as just where they feel that they can get the very best coverage. And I think, unless Jennifer has to add, I'm sure the Verizon folks can also add to why they selected this particular site over the 4 other alternative sites. But otherwise, I would imagine sometimes there's more of a contractual issue. And again, the service coverage issue is just better at this site. And that's what they landed in terms of the application to the county, and that's the one we ended up processing.
Right. But now, just because the service provider says that a certain location is going to be the best, that doesn't mean that that location has to be selected.
That's correct.
Does it?
No, that's correct. I mean, we sometimes, if we don't believe notwithstanding the Telecommunications Act, if there's some other reason why there is a safety issue, for example, why it should not be at a different site, we would really work with them and encourage them to move.
Yeah. Well, in this case, they didn't make it clear other than by saying that Verizon just preferred another site. So I would think in this case, we don't want to just discount the Planning Commission completely, and they voted 401 to approve it. So there was really nobody who voted against it, who voted in favor of it. It was 4 who voted against it. So I'm not quite ready just to say, well, they didn't know what they were doing. I think we should uphold what the Planning Commission did in this case.
Well, perhaps I will open the public hearing and we'll hear from the parties. How's that? I now open the public hearing and like to know if the appellant is present and would like to speak in.
Should I remove my mask to speak?
You can remove it, and then we will change the covering on the microphone when you're done. Thank you.
The presentation get delivered PowerPoint, or should I get out hard copies? I also have a data.
And if you'll state your name for the record, that'd be very helpful. Thank you.
Good afternoon, lady and gentlemen of the board. My name is Pete Shubin. I'm with Sequoia Deployment Services here today representing Verizon Wireless. We are the applicant and appellant for the proposed wireless facility. I'll be brief, if possible, and some of the same points staff had covered a few. The project location and design complies with the county's code for height, 1-to-1 setback ratio from residential, complies with design criteria. As been discussed a little bit regarding the tree, the code is clear on it being a monopole. We proposed the monopine, as it's referred to, the faux tree, at the request of the property owner. We said, look, we have trees here. Can you make it blend in? We proposed the tree, and that was an acceptable design to them. So that's how it became a tree in excess, the design and disguise in excess of what's required in the county's code. And because there's mature trees on the property. If you could go to slide 3, please. Here's elevations of the project. These are in the submittal documents. And what we have here is the facility. And if you were to compare this to the other photosims that are in there, this is the worst case photosim. We didn't do the one from Martin Luther King Boulevard looking down that was behind the trees, or from Garden where it's behind other trees. We included in the slide here the clearest view of it, and you can see it looks like a tree, and there's trees in the area. Next slide. Back one. Slide 4. Thank you. These are two other design concepts that we've discussed with the property owner. If the board had decided that a mono pine wasn't so fitting and wanted to see what we refuse to as a faux eucalyptus tree or a mono euc, which would be, there's eucalyptus trees on the north side of the property. There's a water tower, which we've seen in other areas. Those would be fitting. We could discuss those if you desire. Next slide, please. When we looked at the location on the property, if you look at the site plan in the heavy dash, just to the northwest of the site, there's a large tree. And when we looked at the location, we said, you know, we'll put the tower next to a large tree for screening, screen it as much as possible. So that's what we did. The red square in this slide shows another location on the other side of the property that increases the residential setback from some neighbors, then decreases it from others. But the net effect is it would increase the setback from more homes than from less. So it would be from a code standpoint, it's equal. All setbacks are met, all height requirements are met, but it's an option if the board would want to consider. Next slide. One of the key points of the project is the objective. What are we doing here? It is to fill a gap in service. In-building and in-car coverage. The in-building portion is the most important portion for a wireless facility today. It just has to do with how people use their phones, cutting the cord, no more landlines. They want them to work indoors, outdoors, everywhere. And that's that signal strength that we look to serve this neighborhood and surrounding area with. Meet the increasing demand for network capacity. Network demand has grown exponentially for years. Is continuing to grow, and that is just how people use their phones, requiring more cell sites and more equipment. So the area we're talking about, the service area, 1.3 square miles in area, that's what this site will serve. 17,290 residents, 2,260 households. That's when staff was looking at how many houses within close proximity. This is what this site will serve. And 94,000 daily vehicle trips on the 99, which is a heavy load, and those people need service too. Next slide. One of the comments that the County Planning Commission made was to locate the facility on the farmland to the east. And the farmland to the east, there's already another Verizon site out there. Placing this one will not serve the residential area, will not serve the area that needs the service. And what we're going to do today is just briefly touch on some of the written submittal items in detail. Our 21 investigated alternatives. There were a few that we submitted up front. We looked at 21 for you today to discuss if you desire, because there's a county code is clear. You know, look at commercial areas, look at industrial areas, then look at the farmland, then look at the residential. And what we did is we looked at everything in the area well beyond what we knew would work and function for the facility to demonstrate that those areas do not work for the facility, will not fill the gap in service. So that's why the number from 4 to 21 increase was to demonstrate that. Next slide. Give you the area of what we looked at. You can see the residential area where the green dot is the proposed facility and the cluster of those, and then you move way out to the farmlands, and there's maps provided for all of these in the written submission, although we won't go through them today. Next slide. This slide shows the zoning, how far you have to go to get to the different areas. And Supervisor Elliott, you had a comment regarding some locations that would work or we had interested property owners but would not work for the facility. Number 4, Prado. If you look at that, it's the one that's kind of middle center of the slide, has 5 arrows extending off of it. The Prados own a relatively large parcel. It's very long, narrow, running from the northwest to the southeast. And we looked at 5 different locations on that property, and none of them fill the gap in service. So although they were interested in talking to Verizon Wireless, if it doesn't work for all parties involved, it's not technically available to us to fill the gap in service. So that location, we have a map to demonstrate that I put in the slide deck, but that was one of them. And the other one was number 13, DeLacy. And Mrs. DeLacy is deceased. And when we looked at the property, although her heirs are willing to do the deal, they are not complete with their probate and the title transition for the property, so it's not available for a lease. There'd be no way to acquire rights on that property for several years at this point. Next slide. So if we did move to the farmland to the east, as was suggested, we have two options here. We move the farmland to the east and farmland to the west to show if we move. If you move to the west, and that's the Prado example that we actually had in the slide deck. We didn't know you were going to ask that question, but that was what we had in the slide deck. You can see it opens up a coverage hole in the network, the residential area, to the east. So not everybody would be served by the facility that could be served by the facility if it's properly located. If you moved it to the east, as was suggested by the Planning Commission, it opens up a very large hole north and west of the site. So the gap of service is not filled. Next slide. This side shows the coverage from the facility, and you can see that the residential area will be well served by the facility at its proposed location, which is why we're here. And next slide. In conclusion, as mentioned, the project satisfies the county's code, fills the Verizon gap in service, and all other 21 locations considered were either unavailable for various reasons, more intrusive, or did not fill the gap in service. That's in the written record, and we request that the Board of Supervisors reverse the Planning Commission decision and grant the appeal approving the project. Thank you. We'll reserve the rest of our time for rebuttal. Thank you.
Have any questions for Mr. Shubin? Supervisor Patty?
Thank you, Chair. 5G is around the corner. How would that configure into what the plans are, what you're putting in now? Do we need more? We need less? Can you share a little bit about what, because it's not what you're doing now, it's what's next.
This is a 4G facility, and 5G is different. It has different network needs, different densities. 5G will, I can't say will be added to this facility in the future. I would expect that at some time it would be. That's speculation, but we would expect it would be at time as technology changes. This is a facility that would provide 4G service, and 4G service, base 4G coverage, meaning good 4G coverage, not just one bar, is necessary for 5G. So 5G just doesn't operate on its own. You need good 4G service as the base for it. So this site will provide that and enable 5G services to come into the area in the future.
Okay, and final question I have is, do you guys share towers? Let's say another competing cellular service wants and needs coverage for the area. Are towers shared?
Yes, sir. They are shared. We refer to that as co-location. And this tower would be a candidate for that if there was another carrier who had a service need in the area. In the alternates packet, we identified the other sites in the area and how we looked at those to co-locate on those to see if they would work, and they didn't provide the service that was necessary. But that is shared, that's required by law, and a common practice in the industry for everyone cooperating to do that.
Okay. Paul Albritton, outside counsel for Verizon Wireless. If I could just quickly add to that question. We submitted to all of you a letter on October 9th, about a 73-page letter that included an RF justification showing why the site is necessary, and then also an alternatives analysis that included 22 sites. And I don't know if you have that, but it was sent to you on October 9th. And so in that analysis that Pete was just talking about, in going through the 22 sites, we follow your code where we start with co-location, then we look at industrial sites, then we look at agricultural sites before we get down to residential sites. And that's how we go through all 22, is following your code. And there are two co-locations that are referenced in that. One's the fire station in I think in the Garden Acres neighborhood, and the other is a co-location is the T-Mobile Tower too far south, about a mile or two south. So in each case, in that alternatives analysis, we look at whether the structure, in this case, the fire station, we'd have to replace the tower, being an all-new tower, very tall tower. And in the case of T-Mobile, it's too far south. And in each case, we provide a map showing, as you saw in a couple of the examples with Pete, where the coverage is inadequate for where we're trying to cover. So in each of the 22 alternatives, there is a specific evidentiary reason why we can't use that alternative. And then in the RF justification, as Pete described, our RF engineer, Eric Bolana, shows the area that needs to cover the 1.3 square miles, the 94,000 vehicle trips on Highway 49, in addition to the 17,000 people that will be covered in the Garden Acres neighborhood, Stockton, bottom of Stockton, and to the east and west of Highway 99. And the reason that we don't put a tower out in the field somewhere in the agricultural area is that's not where our customers are. So the nearest site to the north is a mile. The Sousa site, the nearest site to the west is the fairgrounds. The nearest site to the east is Stockton. The nearest site to the south is at Mariposa Avenue, about 2 miles south. So we're right in the middle of facilities that are 1.5 miles to 2 miles away, and we're right at a bullseye in the middle. And that's how we decide where we're going to go, the coverage that we're going to provide, the houses that we're going to cover, and so forth. So it's been a 2-year process, actually, to get to this location. The documents that we submitted, the RF justification and the alternatives analysis, are prepared, to, if necessary, to show a significant gap, as you heard in the federal law, as well as that this is the least intrusive means filling that gap. Either we have to defend you in federal court or we have to go. I just want to make sure that you know that we did look at all co-locations and address them, and I appreciate your allowing my long answer to that question.
And just last, when you come to the selection of locations, it's engineered and pretty scientifically studied.
In addition, yes, in addition, in the RF justification that we sent you on October 9th by the RF engineer, we give you a 5-foot height differential on the pole of the coverage that would be lost if we reduce the height of this facility. So it's designed, the center line of the antennas is at 72 feet, and I heard somebody say earlier, the pattern of the RF emissions is fan-like pattern, horizontal towards the horizon. There's something called the near field effect, where right below the tower, the emissions are actually very low. But yes, we have to have what's called a dominant signal, so that somebody coming from that Sousa site from the north will have a dominant signal until they hit the signal from this tower, at which point you'll get that handoff between towers to the next. So they're designed with respect to the frequency, strength of there are 4 frequencies that are used, the strength of each frequency and how it relates to the towers around it, to have really the minimum number of towers. If we were to move the tower even 1/2 mile east or west, we would have to have another tower. It would open up another hole that we would have to fill in with another facility. Hope that answers your question.
Okay. Is there anyone wishing to speak in opposition of the appeal?
Madam Chair, I believe that we have a member participating telephonically who would like to speak in opposition of this appeal.
Okay, great.
Mr. Reeves, are you able to hear us in board chambers?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Reeves, would you state your full name for the record, please?
Yes, my name is Michael Reeves. I live at 1163 South Broadway Avenue, on the street that they're talking about installing this cell phone tower. I've got a couple of points I just want to go over, but they made a mention that they could put this tower on top of the fire department, which is less than a quarter of a mile away, almost parallel to the location that they're choosing right now. And it's not going to affect any property value or anybody. They're already talking about installing a new pole here. They can install a new pole on top of that fire department and take care of that. My main concern is the aesthetics. A fake tree is a fake tree. I've seen them. I've seen them in the Sierras. You can actually stand out. They don't blend very well. A water tower, this place does not accommodate a water tower look. I like going out my door and looking out and seeing what I see now, which is a nice, quiet neighborhood. No cell phone towers. There's no reason for a boosted signal. It won't increase the coverage for anybody under that tower. it's going to affect people further away from here. So move the tower over to the fire department then. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Urias, is there any other individuals wishing to speak in opposition?
Madam Chair, we also have one written comment that I'd like to read into the record.
Excellent, thank you.
This is from Star D. Gonzalez Correa, who writes, I oppose the development and install of the tower application PA 2000040 of Angelo S. Leandro Jr. Such development will cause the value of my home to decrease and cause many health risks. When purchasing my home 7 years ago, I wanted to grow my family in an area that has low impact to such structures. Our neighborhood is a quaint area with a touch of country charm, and the structure would take away from its natural state, not to mention such an eyesore as it is proposed to be directly in front of my home. I have a newborn baby and a middle school age child, and I planned on raising my kids in my home and seeing them off to college here. However, the health risks that the tower puts my children in is alarming. The risks of this tower medically and financially far exceed the benefits to our community. Please stand ground and deny the structure. Thank you. And Madam Chair, that completes the comments that I've received.
Thank you. Then I'm going to ask if the appellants want to save some of your time for rebuttal, if you'd like to rebut any of the statements. There was some discussion in terms of choosing the location on top of the fire station.
Right. We discounted the fire station. It's alternative 12 in the packet that we provided to you. The tower that's there is sort of a slim lattice tower, which is not very high. It's maybe 50 feet high. Well, alternate 2, excuse me. Alternate 2. And we would have to replace that with something like in order to get the equivalent coverage, something like a 100-foot tower. And at first, we didn't think we could meet the setbacks, and we also don't think that that would be at all acceptable to put that kind of tower in that area. But not only that, we would not meet the setbacks. It's in our description of alternative 2 of our analyses why we think that fire station was not acceptable as a potential alternative. May I have a 1-minute rebuttal? I think Pete saved a moment for rebuttal.
Yes.
And quickly, you've already heard the environmental effects of radio frequency emissions is not something you can make a decision upon so long as we comply, and we submitted a report in our package showing that we comply. The tower, because of the antennas are 72 feet in the air, the emissions are very, very low at the base of the antenna, a few percentage of the FCC standard. And additionally, though, there is case law that states that any denial based on property values, to the extent that it's based on concerns about health effect, is similarly barred as a reason that can be used for denying a facility, because you can't use a proxy for health effects such as property values. There was a mention about substantial evidence, and the finding that the Planning Commission didn't make was that it wasn't a compatible use. But this is a Type 2 communications facility, which is specifically permitted. I guess I can take that off, huh? Which is specifically permitted with a conditional use permit. So to say that it's not a compatible use it's permitted under the code with a use permit, and we don't think there's any evidence to suggest that that the use is incompatible, that particular use. And you have to have substantial evidence, even with respect to aesthetics. You have to have substantial evidence, not just generalized objections because it's an eyesore. There has to be specific evidence on the record for denial of a wireless facility. And then finally, on the prohibition of service, I've already mentioned that we've demonstrated a significant gap and that we feel this is the least intrusive means of providing service. And it will provide service directly around the tower as well as for several miles, 1.3 square miles around the tower itself. And that we've also, through a very exhaustive alternatives analysis, shown that there is no less intrusive place for us to go to provide this service. Now, the law is that if we have demonstrated that, the burden shifts to the county to identify a less intrusive feasible alternative, and we just don't. We've looked very extensively, and we don't believe that there's a less intrusive feasible alternative. Like any kind of publicly related infrastructure, there's always going to be some impacts on the immediately adjacent neighbors, but there's broad public benefit here in terms of your first responders, in terms of emergencies. As you know, over 70% of 911 calls are on cell phones today. today, telemedicine, and all the uses that all of us are using as we're sheltering in place have expanded the use of wireless facilities tremendously, and we're trying to keep up with that capacity demand. In our RF justification, we also include data showing not just predictive maps, but real-time true call maps showing what our signal strength is in the area. And we also show that 2 of our facilities will be reaching their capacity within the year. The South Mariposa site and the Stockton site will exceed their capacity as more and more people use their phones. And so it will not only affect this particular area, but all of the network around this area if we're unable to keep up with the capacity demand. So with those 2, the significant least intrusive means, we believe we've met that burden for prohibition of service. And we'll do everything we can to mitigate the aesthetic impacts. The tower, we think that planning helped us elect the tree pole in its current location, we think is the preferred location. But as Pete indicated, we can move the tower 180 feet east and make it a water tank or a eucalyptus tree if you prefer. But after 2 years and quite a bit of investigation and lease negotiations and everything else, we believe we've arrived on the location that is the least intrusive to provide this very important service. And we are available for any other questions you may have.
Okay, thank you very much. If there are no other comments, I'm going to close the public hearing.
I do have a question if I may.
Supervisor Elliott?
Right, through the chair, I'd like to call the last speaker back up.
Yes, I'm sorry. Paul Albritton, outside counsel for Verizon Wireless.
Yes, you mentioned that you didn't think that locating this tower at the fire station would be acceptable. Why did you come to that conclusion?
Well, again, because of the height that would be required. And my recollection is that we can't meet, there's a 1-to-1 site height setback, tower height versus property line. And we're able to make that setback on this particular parcel. We're 94 feet away from the adjacent residence with an 80-foot tower. And with the height of tower that we'd need at that location, that we can't confirm those setbacks. I'm having Pete confirm that for me, but that's and the fact that we just didn't think that a Garden Acres that fire department is on a small piece of property in the middle of a residential neighborhood, and it would likely have impact that tall a tower more residences than the facility here, where we're in a low-density residential area.
Okay, so you're saying that it would actually impact more residential.
That's right.
There.
In the middle of a residential area. That's part of our problem is that we need to provide service where the demand is, which is in and around people's homes. And in order to do that, don't want to get too carried away, but cellular started with big, tall mountaintop towers, and each facility could serve 80 to 100 calls at a time. But the miracle of cellular is that as more and more people use their phones, we can what they call split the cells and make them closer and closer together. So originally our towers were 5 miles apart. Now you're seeing them half a mile apart. In this case, we're about, as I mentioned, we're 1.5 miles or 2 miles from each of the adjacent sites. We're going right in the middle. So that's how we're able, by cell splitting, we're able to expand the volume of density. At the same time, it's a shorter distance that each tower carries, so we need to bring the towers closer to the end user. They need to be closer to the people. As a consequence, the tower strength goes down, and the strength of your phone goes down. The original phones were 3 to 5 watts. These are less than a watt now, because the phone has to talk to the tower, in addition to the tower talking to the phone. So we need to be near the area that we're serving, and a tower at the fire station would do that, but the impacts to the residences and the height and the setback issues are the reason that we felt that was not a viable alternative.
Okay, so you think it would actually be worse there than the proposed location?
Yes. You heard the distances this morning. The number of residences within 300 feet was 14. Is that right?
11.
And we would be talking about 50 to 100 within the 500-foot radius of that tower.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We have one more question for you.
Yes, thank you.
Supervisor Patty?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. On the conclusion of your statements, you said you would be willing to locate on the same piece of property and maybe even do a water tower instead of the phony tree, the faux tree or whatever it's called. Is that something that you've examined or met with the neighbors over? If, again, what I think I saw on one of the photos of the land, there's a big open field area right in the middle, and you could, is that an idea to put a water tower looking?
Well, Pete's getting ready to.
Water tank tower?
The one benefit of a water tank is that it can be, we put a conical top on the tree, so it looks like a tree, and you can lower the height of the tower by about 5 feet if you make it into a water tank. And some people, a water tank doesn't look like a cell tower because you can't see the antennas necessarily. A tree up towards the top, we've got antenna socks on the antennas, but there is a mast towards the top of a fig tree. You're going to bring up an example?
Supervisor Patty, if we could see slide 5. It's slide 5 on the handout. It's the same one.
That's this one?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
To answer your question, we have not floated that with the neighbors, as you're asking.
Yes, correct. We have not floated that with the neighbors. We did with the property owner of the property to see if that area was available, and it is available. And
the red square, that is the red square?
Yes, it would be the red square. And what that does is the way that property, the lots were joined, you could see a dash line that runs roughly east-west across it. That's an interior lot line to the parcel. And then it would be 20 feet off the setback from Garden Avenue. So it would take it from the east side, the west side of the property to the east side of the property. And there is, you can notice the trees on this side of the property are denser to the south of the location versus on the other side of the property, the taller trees are on the north side of the proposed location. And the nearest structure to this location would be the residence that is on the property, and it would comply with, even though the code doesn't require a on-site residence setback, this spot was picked in discussion with the property owner where it would comply as if it was off-site. So from all houses. The nearest structure to this is actually a garage.
Okay, so if you were a neighbor and you kind of were a little bit concerned about walking out your yard and seeing this, this tree, or if you had an opportunity to see this water tank, what do you think would be least offensive and most fitting to the area?
Depends on what street I was on. If I was Mr. Reeves who called in earlier, the alternate location that we're presenting here I think would be much preferred because that's the far side of the property from where he is. If I was on Garden Avenue, I would want it in the proposed location, the far side of the lot. The nearest site to my house is about 250 feet from my living room, and the antenna is about foot height from when I stand in the living room. I don't have a problem with it. I know that's me. Some people would, but I love the service. So somebody here looking at this, you move it from one side of the property to the other, it gets closer to somebody else. And that's really the problem, as Paul mentioned earlier. You're close to houses, it's how many houses are you close to. If we move it to the other side of the property, it does get closer to the freeway. It gets closer to a main intersection there, which is a gap in houses to the north and a gap in the residences to the east, so that 500-foot setback or the number of houses within 500 feet would be reduced. Both locations, sir, work for Verizon Wireless. So if it was the board's desire to condition this, to move it to that red square, however the condition would be written, we could do that, and it would function.
Okay. Just because it seems, like you said, it's more in an open area of somebody's property, kind of maybe perhaps a water tower might seem more fitting or be more aesthetic to what is suitable to the property.
Well, also, one of the interesting things about this property is when the freeway there was redeveloped a few years back, there's a pump station. That's what's at the north end of Garden Avenue now, is a water facility and pump station for drainage from the freeway. So now most people don't know when you look at a pump station, what's it pumping? It's a pump station. Which direction? So a water tower in close proximity to a pump station would be a fitting type environment if you were standing there on Garden Avenue. You'd say, oh, a pump station, water tower. Would make sense.
Okay, quick, through the chair, Director Kwong, how many people from that community have contacted, written letters, and engaged on a pro or con on this?
I can double check.
We're checking, Supervisor.
Okay. I was just wondering, maybe we could have a conditional approval and you go survey with them. Take a survey, it's like, where do you guys want to go with this? You can go the water tower here or a tree there and maybe get a consensus. Is that something you guys have ever done or you'd be favorable to doing?
We're certainly comfortable allowing, through the director's discretion, a clarification of the location and design. Absolutely. Or revision of the design, of the options that we described.
Supervisor, I don't know the count that staff is looking at. I do know that the people who did write were from the west and from because we had talked to several of them regarding even locations. I don't think there was anybody to the north that I recall or to the east.
Supervisor, approximately 8 letters total, either for or against.
Okay. Would it, and I'm just throwing this out there and trying to figure a solution, and much to the dismay of some board members, that if I'm trying to have an idea of what is most suitable, but I'm just volunteering this as a possibility for perhaps if it would run through you, Director Kwong, or if it's something that would be their responsibility, and I'm not sure if the board agrees, anybody else on the board agrees, but if we're going to approve it, which it may happen in that way, it may be best suited that it's this or that. Which would the area residents prefer?
So should the board decide to provide alternatives, you can delegate that direction to me for action. But I would ask that you put that in any kind of motion should you decide to approve it.
Okay, thank you. That's all, Madam Chair.
Great, thank you. Any other questions? All right.
Madam Chair, this is Michael Reeves. Can I address the chambers again?
Very briefly, please, Mr. Reeves.
I'm sorry for the interruption, but I remember that just south of Guernsey Avenue, there is some Caltrans property that runs parallel to the freeway. Why was that property not chosen or looked at?
Understanding that the Caltrans property was looked at as an alternative, and for the same reasons, it was not deemed viable. But it was one of the alternatives that was looked at. It was in one of the 22 that was looked at, correct? All right.
That Caltrans property is not by anybody's homes. I don't understand why it would not work.
Okay, we'll get an answer here real quickly for you.
There's a photograph in the documentation that we provided to you of that Caltrans location. You'll note when you look at the photograph that it's underwater. So that was one of the principal concerns.
It's a flood control access basin, and so it's designed to flood, which is why there's nothing there. It also has no access. So even if it was not a flood control basin, it has no access except from the freeway. And when we do a project with Caltrans, we're required to have access from some other location than the freeway, which that property does.
Okay, thank you. All right then, I am going to close the public hearing and bring it back to the board for any final comments and action. Supervisor Villapudua?
Thank you, Chair Miller. Well, basically, as a planning commissioner for before this for 8 years, we've seen a lot of these, and I think that they're needed for families and for law enforcement. And this is my district, and I think the trees, I've seen a lot of trees, and they work great. They look beautiful. You can barely tell unless you look really hard. I agree with staff's recommendation, and I'm okay with either side. So with that being said, I don't think everybody else wants to make a comment. I'll make a recommendation for approval. Deny the planning commission's 4-1 ruling.
Question, Madam Chair. Would you be open to approval based on conditional that the Community Development Department discusses with residents and they find whether it's the water tower or the tree, or you're making a motion just for the tree as proposed?
Well, I can let Mr. Director Kwong decide that if he wants to. I think he makes the right decision. I trust he'll make the right decision.
Director Kwong's asked that we put it in the motion.
I'll put it in the motion then. Have Director Kwong make the decision.
Okay, and I'll second that.
So the motion,
excuse me.
I want to clarify. The motion is to approve, grant the appeal, and allow Community Development Director the discretion to approve a final location out of the two that have been presented, and a final design out of either a tree or a water tower. And it would not have to come back to us. The appeal is granted, and we would give that discretion to Mr. Kwong.
Yes, that's the motion. Thank you.
Is that clear enough? That meet our requirements? Good. Okay, Supervisor Elliott, do you have another question?
That clarified my question. It was just concerning, did that motion include the option then of either of those two locations, whichever one met the consensus of the residents there?
Okay, great.
That's our motion, and the understanding I seconded, yes.
Perfect. Then we have a motion and a second to grant the appeal. Please cast your votes. That is approved 5-0. Thank you. Much. County Council?
Before we adjourn, we do need to report out of closed session. Let me get my agenda. In the matter of Gigante versus Universal Protection Services, San Joaquin Superior Court case number STK CV-UPI 2019-17325, the Board of Supervisors has authorized counsel to file a cross-complaint against Universal Protection Services in that matter.
Okay. Great. Then we are adjourned until November 3rd at 9 a.m. here in these chambers. Thank you.